Preparing live stream. Waiting for Zoom and YouTube. Please work. Please work. Yes.
Got it.
Got it.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, that's going. And now we're going to start the webinar. Okay. Webinar is now live. Let's start all this stuff. Yay! Oh my gosh, people are already joining. This is great. Good morning, Dan. I'm so excited you're here.
Hey, good morning, Crystal. I'm super excited for XDay. It feels like this day would never come.
I mean, maybe for you, but I feel like I'm working on one of these every year. We even already have our XDay for the fall getting ready, and we will talk about that more later. Well,
I've had so much fun just meeting with the panelists and the different speakers and getting to know them and just even hearing what they're going to say and planning the content. So I'm excited that we get to share it all with our clients and anyone else who's listening.
I know. If you guys can't share my screen, let us know in the chat window, or can't see my screen, let us know in the chat window. I'm actually going to slow it down a little bit because we have so many things to tell you about at QuestionPro XDay this year. Just to introduce ourselves, I'm Crystal Weiss. I'm the Director of Marketing at QuestionPro, and this is Dan Fleetwood. I think he's above me, at least in my view. And he is our president of Research and Insights, and we are so excited you're here. We are going to be dropping tons of information into the chat window. Whoop, bye, Dan. Turn that camera off. Whoop. And we're going to be dropping tons of information into the chat window. Your morning coffee is on us, so let me find that slide. Who doesn't love Starbucks? So if you go to this link that's also going to be dropped into the chat window, you can get a $5 Starbucks card on us for your morning coffee. This is using our QuestionPro rewards through communities. Dan, you want to tell us about that?
It's using our QuestionPro rewards through our survey software. So what we'll do is at the end of the survey, you'll get the Starbucks reward sent to you using a reward functionality. So if you like this and want to use it in any of your surveys, you can definitely make use of that. But go and get this coffee. I'm planning to do it as well after this, maybe for tomorrow. But definitely make use of that. Go to XDay or x-day2021.questionpro.com to redeem that Starbucks gift card. Fill that out, and then at the end you'll be sent a Starbucks gift card on us.
Yeah. Actually, one of my friends delivered Starbucks to my apartment this morning for me because they knew how busy I was going to be today. And so I was real grateful for that.
That's awesome. That's good.
I know.
That's another use for it. You could deliver it to someone that you care about, or,
There you go. Yeah, always trying to, put some good into the world. A little disclaimer, this is only for our North America partners. So we apologize if you're joining us from another country outside of North America, but we are really excited you're here. You can tell us where you're at from in the chat window. So at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a Q&A option and a chat functionality. Let us know where you're from because we are all over the globe right now joining XDay. And so we hope that you will share with us where you're from. Dan, where are you?
So I am just north of Austin in Round Rock, Texas. That's where I'm at. And Round Rock, I guess, is famous because Dell is headquartered here. I think that's kind of the biggest.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's a fun fact. I've never go up that far. It's too far outside of Austin.
So far, right?
So far. That 10-minute drive north, man. I can't do it.
Everything around here is 20 minutes away. That's kind of the joke. So.
Northwest Indiana from Josh. That's fun. My brother lives in Mooresville, Indiana, which is it's a regular town. And then I know we have some team members jumping in from India, from Hawaii, from Argentina. Sanja, as shown on the screen right now, she'll be joining us from Argentina, and Andrea is actually in Chicago. Andrea. My apologies. And so we have people from all over. If you are just joining us, welcome to QuestionPro XDay. We're so excited you're here. And we have so many things to talk about today. First, tell us where you're from in that chat window. We love knowing where our partners and friends and customers or future customers are joining us from. And so let us know in the chat window. We got Sarah from New Mexico, Viv, Austin, Texas, like Dan and I, Josh from Northwest Indiana, a bunch of our team joining us from India. And so we are really excited to be joining all of you from all over today. Also, don't forget to get your free coffee on us. We'll be dropping that link into the chat room. And so you can definitely get that. And if you have some questions throughout the day, make sure you check out that Q&A window. So the Q&A functionality allows you to upvote and downvote other people's questions if you have the same question. And the chat functionality allows you to talk directly to us panelists. And you'll see that we're having a lot of QuestionPro employees be panelists right now. And that's because we want you guys to be able to see your support team or your favorite executives, whether that's Dan or not, I don't know. And we are just so excited you're here. Well, Dan, what else do we got going on at QuestionPro these days?
Yeah, there's a lot happening. What I wanted to mention was the Starbucks. You don't have to use it today, right? Like they can redeem it and then use it another day, but it's just what we have going on as one of the many things that we'll be giving away here, part of our experiences, right?
Part of our experiences. Yeah. You're right. See, Dan, you're going to buy into these experiences sooner or later.
I am. I'm already bought in. I'm bought in. So there's a lot happening today. Do we want to talk about some of the weekly?
Yeah, I'll pause the slide right here so everyone can see and let's roll through them.
Wanted to take a minute to talk about our weekly live events. Now, these are all live, as they say. So yes. I think it's fun. It's super interactive. It's a different sort of I would say experience than a webinar. But we have Live with Dan, and this I do every Friday at 11 a.m. Central. Last week, we had 3 co-founders with Vivek, Bhaskaran, Jamin Brazil. We also had Jeffrey Henning, and it was a super fun chat. They shared stories about market research in the early days and starting up companies. So if you're interested in that, it was really, I thought it was interesting. I might be a little biased there, but that's all right. And then Work at Life is a podcast all around.
A new podcast. It used to be a YouTube show, and now we're pivoting to a podcast.
Yeah, that's right. So this is Sanja, who is our head of workforce. And then also there's another lady, right?
Maddie Grant from Propel. She is a culture architect. And they chat about all things workforce and workplace and employee experience related.
So this has been interesting. When it was on YouTube, it's obviously coming to the podcast format now. I think it's a newer format that they're doing. It was really interesting. They would pose questions, talk about it, and really interesting thoughts there. And then we do another show. We do a Clubhouse on Mondays. And this is all around different MR trends. I like to say that we start out with a particular topic, and then it definitely veers off into whatever people want to talk about, from NPS, liking it, not liking it, to different trends in the industry.
Hot take. NPS is not as cool as it used to be.
I mean, it depends the circles you run in, I guess. So we'll remain unbiased here, as always. But this is interesting. And I guess, Krista, you told me that Clubhouse just opened it up to Android as well. So this will bring on a whole nother subset of users. And we have 100 free passes or 100 free invites to give away today if you join the club for Clubhouse. So if you want that, maybe someone can drop that in the chat, and then that link in the chat, and people can sign up for free, or not for free. Clubhouse is always free, but you can sign up using that link to Clubhouse if you want to join there. And then we have CX Forums. This is on Wednesdays at 12:30 Central. And this is all around different CX topics, and they usually bring in live speakers and talk about different things happening in the CX space. Ken Peterson and runs this with the CX forums group. So this is really interesting. And then office hours is our webinar, sort of office hours where you can come ask questions, try to stump some of the brightest minds in QuestionPro around creating the survey. I don't think anyone's been able to stump them yet, Crystal. You've been to all these, but
I have been. It's, it's kind of it was actually inspired by XDay in November.
Yeah, that's right.
When Kartik and Anoop and Eric were just like jamming in the surveys room, and we're like solving problems on the fly and doing demos of features on the fly. And we kind of took that as an inspiration to start a monthly office hours where it's either me and Kartik or me and Adrian Mendez, who's head of our customer success team. And he, or both of them are, I would say, geniuses. They can solve any problem that you throw at them. So it's monthly. It's on the 4th Monday of the month. So it's just a rolling registration. So jump in there, and it's like a live help desk.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's great, and definitely take part in these live events that we're doing.
Yeah.
So we have you covered, and a lot of these are recorded too. So like Live with Dan, Work It Live are recorded and everything. So you can go back and view those at a later time. I know Live with Dan, we've done 30 plus shows. CX Forums has done a number of shows, and Work It Live has done a number of shows as well. So there's tons of great content out there.
For sure. So, wow, I see some more people joining us. The numbers just keep ticking up there.
Yeah, look at this. This is great.
Excited. So everyone, welcome to QuestionPro XDay Spring Edition. And I am your host, Crystal Weiss, the Director of Marketing here at QuestionPro, along with Dan Fleetwood, depending on where he is on the screen. He is our President of Research and Insights. And we are so excited you're here for this advancing experience. We have, you see what I did there? We have a lot of really fun things planned for the day. Everything from live polls to giveaways. I just got an alert that XDay is starting. Thank you. And we are so excited for you guys to be here. Now, to get started, let us know where you're from in the chat window. Dan and I and Viv and a few other people are joining you from Austin, Texas, but we have a whole global team joining us today. Later, Ken's from Hawaii, as you see on the screen right now. Sanja's from Argentina, and she'll be logging in. Our team from India is logging in, and we are so grateful and thankful for them. And we got some people telling us where they're from. Detroit, Michigan, Vicksburg, El Salvador, Calgary, DC, Atlanta. Woo, bring it, keep it coming, guys. We love this. We love knowing where you're from. It just really shows how global not only QuestionPro is as a company, but how, you probably have other QuestionPro customers sitting in your city with you. And we are just so thankful for all of you to be joining us. Now, as we, Michigan, Ohio, New York, as we get started, make sure you take advantage of a free Starbucks on us. It's a $5 Starbucks gift card using our own platform, QuestionPro Rewards. And
the rewards at the end of the survey. So fill out this information, and then you'll get the rewards, the Starbucks gift card sent to you via email, and you can use it at your convenience.
Yeah, and this is, you could give it to someone else or you could spend it on yourself. Either way, sharing is caring, and that's what we're doing. We want to get everybody the fuel they need to kind of take us through this day. And we've got a lot of things going on today. So I'm just going to stay tuned. We've got 15 more minutes of just chatting it up and talking about what we're doing for the day as we see these attendees roll in. We're so excited you're here. Our founder and CEO, Vivek, will be kicking us off at 10:15. And then we will be going straight into a panel that you're hosting, Dan.
Yeah, this is a real treat to be able to host this panel with Kyle Hudson, Bill Trovinger, and Tara Putman. I've talked to all of them this past week getting ready for it. They have some fantastic insights to show, so I'm super excited about that.
Woo! We just hit triple digits of attendees. So let's start again. I don't want anyone to miss anything. So hi to everyone joining us. We are so grateful you're here. Do you have a question as we're going through the panels? We are, let us know in the Q&A window, and then also let us know where you're from in the chat window. We will be monitoring those all day. The whole QuestionPro global marketing team is here and kind of, in our seats ready to help you and support you. And if you leave throughout the day, don't worry, we will be in the same link all day until 2 o'clock. And so if you have to go to a meeting or if you need to run an errand or eat lunch, we totally get that. I'll probably be eating lunch off camera real quick sometime today. But you can join us back at this link. And then at 2 o'clock Central, we will be splitting off into, I'm going to pause it right here actually, into AMA rooms. And this was actually inspired by last year. And the AMA rooms kind of just are an opportunity for everyone to get to know our QuestionPro executives one-on-one. Dan will be hosting the research room. Ken Peterson will be hosting the CX room, and Sanja Licina will be hosting the workforce room. And so if you need some one-on-one time with those executives, jump on in there. Didn't mean to say it with such a shoulder shake, but
come in. I think we're all ready to answer questions and have some good discussions. So come at 2 p.m. to whatever room you want. Stay if you want to come to more than one. I think, kind of bounce around a little bit, but I'll be there along with some of my team. So we'll be there to answer questions and come get to know us. We can chat about anything from research to sports to things happening. I'm open for anything here.
You could run some instant answers.
We could run some instant answers, yeah.
Well, that starts at 2 p.m. and everyone who is registered as they're coming in, even if you register today, you'll be getting an email with those private links. We're keeping those more traditional meeting rooms outside. Right now we're in kind of a Zoom functionality or a webinar functionality, but those will be meeting rooms where our attendees will be able to turn their cameras on. We'll be able to chat with you one-on-one. And so those links will be going out via email and in this chat window at the end of the day, just so we don't get too much, shenanigans going on. Well, I'm going to keep this going.
How can people win these prizes that we're talking about?
I did. There is a whole slide about prizes.
Yeah, let's chat about that for a minute.
Thanks for bringing me back, Dan. We are so excited for prizes throughout the day because this is an advancing experience theme. All of our prizes that we're giving away are going to be experience-based prizes. So you're going to be able to win an annual masterclass pass for a whole year for a masterclass subscription, an Airbnb experience gift card. You're going to be able to do a Goldbelly gift card. I don't know if anybody's ever ordered anything off of Goldbelly, but it's real fun.
I checked it out. It's awesome. So.
You also are going to be able to win 2 national park passes for the United States, which if you like camping, which I know Dan does, that's really fun. But how do you win the prizes, Dan?
So the prizes will be given away at different times throughout the day. I know coming up, we'll have a live poll where we'll ask everybody to go to this website. We'll do a poll live, and then the winner will get a prize. And then we also have some instant answers that we'll do where we'll ask the general population, get those results back, and then whoever's closest to the correct answer and the percentage will win a prize there. Those are 2 ways I know they can win a prizes. Are there others, Crystal?
Well, the live polls that we'll be doing once, but then we'll be doing instant answers, and we'll be doing just one after this. We'll be announcing via email of trying to track people who have attended all of our XDays.
Oh, yeah.
The more XDays you come to, doing the math is like you have to track the people over time. But we started XDays in 2019 in November at our annual in-person conference. Yeah. And then we did QuestionPro XDay North America last November. And then we doing this one in the spring. And then we will be participating in November too. So this prize, the more you come, the more often, the higher chance of the lottery you get on winning one. I'm going to pause it right here actually at, I was going to go back. Make sure you join us at the end of the month for a CX webinar on digital empathy that we'll be hosting with Ken and Viv and Jonathan Hopkins. You have Jonathan coming on live with Dan this week,
Yeah,
don't you?
I was just about to say that Jonathan Hawkins is coming on live with Dan this Friday to tell you a little bit about digital empathy and to tease this webinar coming up later in May. So super excited about that. So tune in this Friday at 11 Central and then sign up for our webinar as well.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I'm really excited to see what they have to say about digital empathy. So you'll get a little bit of a teaser during Live with Dan this week. But as I see more people joining us, I'm going to backtrack all the way to the beginning, Dan.
Yeah, let's do it.
Welcome to QuestionPro XDay North America Spring. We are so excited for you guys to be here. I'm Crystal Weiss. I'm the Director of Marketing for the global team at QuestionPro. And this is Dan, wherever he is, Fleetwood, our President of Research and Insights. And we are really excited you're here. You can get a morning coffee on us or afternoon or evening. I don't know, depending on what time zone you're in. I know some of our team on the Pacific time, it's, 8 a.m. then their time. And then our team in Hawaii, they always get up early. So I'm thankful for them. You can tell us where you're from in the chat window. And then you, as the conference progresses, have questions, let us know in the Q&A window, because there you can vote other people's questions up and down. Depending on if you have the same one, you can endorse it, which I think is a great functionality. Perfect. Also, if you get kicked out or you need to leave or your internet goes down, we will be in the same link all day. So you can join us until 2 p.m. Central Time in this exact same link as we go through our agenda for the day. We also will be breaking out into AMA rooms at 2 o'clock where you can get one-on-one time with our entire executive teams and each product, depending on what your interest is. Yeah. So make sure you stay tuned all day because we have some really fun things planned for you. We still got about 5 minutes before we're going to kick off with Viv's presentation. So why don't we talk about 12 p.m. researchers? What can they learn from the auto experience? What do you think they're going to learn, Dan?
I am interested because I have no idea about this session. I wanted to come into it fresh. So I'm going to be definitely watching this, but I know that these guys have a ton of knowledge and they'll definitely tell you how their experience in the auto space bleeds over to research and different things that we can learn from it. But I know these guys definitely know their stuff. So this is, again, our AutoX division coming in and presenting here on XDay. So this will be exciting. Ken Peterson, of course, I'm sure many of you know him. Dave is a director of analytics at AutoX, which is our division that we acquired through Impresis last year. And then Dave Fish is the CEO of Curiosity. So he's coming in. These guys will share all of their experience in the auto space and then apply that to research. So it'll be interesting. I know that they are doing some fantastic work there. So.
Hey, Viv, nice to see you. Thanks for jumping on.
Hi, Crystal. How you doing? Hello, Dan. How's it going?
Good morning.
Good. We're just excited to getting XDay started.
We're getting ready to kind of get this thing into, I guess, put into high gear.
Yeah, we got about 3 more minutes. I want to, get those attendee numbers up there for you so nobody misses your, experience-inspired content. We are so grateful that everyone is joining us, and we love doing X Days. We make it X Days free, not only because we believe content should be free, but also because we want to, we ask a lot from our customers sometimes, but we also want to give back to our customers and create shared experiences that we can all have stories for later. That is really something that creates community and just long-term relationships. And that's really a big part of why we do this. And we are so excited you guys are joining us. Now, if you have questions, make sure to put them in the Q&A window and upvote or don't downvote, but upvote other people's questions that you might agree with. Make sure to tell us where you're from in the chat window, because we are joining you from all over the world, from India to Austin, to Oregon, to Hawaii, to Argentina. Our team is global, as are our customers, and we are so excited for you to be joining us. Now, what else we got, Dan? I think that's about it.
Yeah, I think that's about it. We'll also be, for those who just signed on, we'll also be giving away a bunch of prizes today through different live polls and instant answers that we'll do. So stick with us or come and go as you please. But definitely you don't want to miss these prizes with Airbnb, Masterclass, Good Belly or Gold Belly. I forget the name of that one.
Gold Belly.
Gold
You can
Belly.
order food from famous restaurants all
No,
over.
the concept is really cool. So definitely stick around for that. And then we have a bunch of great talks for you today as well. So definitely looking forward to that.
One thing I do want to mention that I noticed in the chat window actually is if you're just joining us now and you can't see the previous links, I think you can only see the chat from the time you join. Just let us know. We'll be trying to throw those links in there as often as we can. But if you're missing a link, whether for the CX and Digital Empathy webinar or the free Starbucks or the AMA rooms, let us know so we can throw those in the chat window for you. We don't want anyone to miss out on an opportunity. And or just like the slide says now, with our weekly events, we have 100 Clubhouse passes we can give away for Android users now too. They just opened up. So if you want to join us on Clubhouse or you want to join us at a webinar, let us know in the chat window so that we can put those links in there for you as you join. Well, Dan, I'll let you do the honors of introducing Viv.
All right, let's kick it off here. Great. So now we're going to be jumping into the portion now where Vivek is going to be telling us a little bit about QuestionPro and what can we all expect? What can you guys expect from QuestionPro? Some different announcements here. So for those who don't know, Vivek Bhaskaran is the founder and CEO of QuestionPro. In addition to QuestionPro, he's also a serial entrepreneur, having been involved in starting up other companies like IdeaScale, TrimIUI, amongst others. I'm sure he'll tell you more about his journey in the tech space during the presentation, but what he might not say is besides family, motorcycles and hustling are two of his favorite things that drive him every day. So without further ado, Vivek, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan, for that. Yeah, talking about motorcycles, when I have two daughters, when my daughters came online, I guess my wife told me like, either you have the motorcycles or we have the kids. So I had to give up on my motorcycle dreams. So thank you, Dan. Thanks so much. I'm super excited to kickstart it today. We have a packed day today, as you guys have been hearing Crystal and Dan talk about this kind of event. We host this thing twice a year, one in the spring and one in the fall. The fall one's the big one, I guess. And obviously due to COVID, we are still doing everything remotely. Hopefully this fall we'll do it in Austin and we can kickstart this from a physical perspective. Just really, before we jump in, really a little bit about myself. I was born and brought up in India. I went to Russia for a couple of years. Not sure what I did over there exactly, except drink a lot of vodka maybe. Then I came to the States to study. I went to Brigham Young University in Provo, then lived in Seattle for about 10 years, lived in the San Francisco Bay Area for another 10 years, and now I'm in Austin. That's a little bit about myself. The company itself, we started QuestionPro back in 2005. So clearly we've been around for a while now. And one of the things that I'm super proud of as a company, we are fairly global. As you can see, we have, even our customers are global. We have people from Nigeria and, Abu Dhabi and, South America, everywhere. So I think from that perspective, we have offices in Mexico, in Merida, Mexico, and even Mexico City, and Germany and Berlin, Dubai, India, obviously, and we're going to open up an office in Australia also this year to service the APAC market. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, we've kind of grown fairly well over the last, many years, I guess. And the other thing, obviously, we're proud of is, we answer, I think we've answered like 10 billion questions. We do about 8 million responses per week is what we are doing across the entire platform. We have, not only do we have offices, we also have data centers in these markets, partly because of data residency, GDPR, CCPA, privacy regulations in terms of data collection, throughout the world, realistically. So Today, I'm going to jump right into it. Today, I want to talk about, obviously, a lot of things are happening from a platform perspective, from a product perspective, and from the market perspective, realistically. And I want to talk about three things that we are in the throes of launching. We are kind of developing it as we speak, and we will launch it in the next month or so. That I think are transformative, exciting, and interesting. And just to step back, our business is divided into three categories. We look at research and insights as one bucket, where we are typically servicing insights teams of companies from Epic Games to Riot Games to Zynga and Liberty Mutual and so on and so forth. And then we have a customer experience business that we are typically servicing, again, where customers are trying to figure out how to kind of measure, interact, and analyze data from existing customers on an operational basis. And the third component of our business, obviously, is employee experience that, again, measures and analyzes data from experience or some employees from that perspective, really. So for each of these three verticals, we are launching at least one new tool in the next couple of months. And I would like to kind of, obviously take about 10 or 15 minutes and walk you guys through what we are trying to launch and why we are trying to do it. And that hopefully gives you some perspective. So I'll start off with Insights Desk. This is our kind of platform for kind of managing insights within an organization. So if you think about it, and we've talked to a lot of our customers, and there are one or two things that a lot of customers are doing in terms of collecting insights, either through surveys or focus groups. A lot of different ways people collect data for kind of making decisions. And that is typically stored in anywhere between a PowerPoint deck to a SharePoint file to a Google Drive, realistically. And so we want to kind of propose an idea of an organized model for collecting insights, tagging insights, as you can see on the screenshot over there. Then, once you collect it, organize it, tag it, then it's searchable, not only by yourself, but searchable by other people in the organization. So we call it, obviously, democratizing the concept of, collecting insights, and not only just collecting the data and storing it internally, but also exposing the data that you collect and the insights that you're gathering effectively. So it's kind of a part project management tool, part knowledge management tool. So it's kind of like the other side of project management is really knowledge management and democratizing and kind of giving access to the data effectively. The key thing that we wanted to do is we are going to integrate our platform, this Insights Desk platform, obviously with QuestionPro, but also with other research tools like Trauma UI, which is a usability testing platform that competes with UserZoom and user testing. Hub UX, which is run by Jim in Brazil. That's effectively a sourcing platform for qualitative research. So these are the different tools. These are a couple of tools that we've identified up front in terms of kind of integrating with them. So it's not only just a project management tool, but kind of like a connection point to other kind of actual practical research tools to kind of, again, to have the data flow go back and forth seamlessly. And the final point to this tool really is we strongly believe in kind of communication. So obviously this is 2021, everybody's remote. It's going to be natively integrated with Slack and Teams. So everything that you do inside this. So if you're using Slack for internal communication and you want to know what the status of a particular project is, you can find that out within Slack. You don't have to go out of there and come back to somewhere. Same thing, obviously, same thing to do with Teams, really. So it's bidirectional communication from kind of the project management tool and Slack and Teams, so that everybody in the team is aware of who's doing what at any particular time. If you have a team of researchers, obviously doing 10 or 20 or 50 projects in a given month, effectively. So that's kind of those are the kind of objectives that we want to kind of attack and get. And here's some kind of quick screenshots. We believe that there'll be a kind of a portal where not only can you can as a researcher can go and mine the data, but also that portal can be exposed. Components of that portal can be exposed to other members like product managers and developers and researchers, other folks or even business line of business managers, to kind of say like, hey, I want to understand what kind of research we've done in the last 6 months, 3 months, effectively. So that's kind of what is happening, and you can see kind of an example over here. You can see like different things that are happening over here. These are the one of the things that we want to create is a central repository of information that is out there. As part of this, we'll also collect a lot of analytical data in terms of the project management itself. So if you're spending money on sample, we'll have, we can track the amount of money that, on a per project level, we are spending on sample and so on. So these are interesting data points that most teams are kind of doing it on either on an ad hoc kind of spreadsheet level, but we want to organize it in a way that we can map this out, and we can obviously deliver some insights at an aggregate level effectively. That's about Insights Desk. The next kind of product that we're launching is in the CX space, is around reputation management. So obviously in the CX space, we do a ton of kind of data collection on a solicited basis, right? So through surveys, every time something happens, every time a transaction happens, we send out a survey. If somebody buys a car, somebody does a dealership service, we send out surveys, we collect data, and we kind of organize that data and share it with stakeholders, analyze it. But we also want to go beyond that. We want to go into kind of what we call unsolicited data, which is social data that's already lying out there. And these are kind of all over the map, everything from Yelp reviews to Google reviews inside Google Maps to Bing and Apple Maps, as well as for tech platforms like G2 and Captura and Trust Radius. There's a whole bunch of platforms for technology companies that folks leave public reviews on. So we've partnered with a company called Review Trackers, and so we're going to bring all that data from a brand perspective and from a location perspective. The two main drivers. One is a brand kind of thing, which is like, okay, especially for software companies and tech companies, it's really brand, which is online. And then for physical kind of products, it is around kind of locations, right? So if you have a location, if you have dealerships, every single dealership in Canada for a particular brand can be monitored, and that data can be pulled in along with the solicited data. So we believe that the marrying of the solicited feedback as well as the unsolicited feedback together is kind of where a lot of insights lie, and not only insights, but also kind of obviously these things drive revenue. As you can see, like almost every search, people, we are all on Amazon today. We start looking, we start shopping. Reviews become the primary vector as well as a primary, frankly, a decision factor in terms of how many reviews a particular product has, how good are the reviews, starts kind of orienting from kind of awareness to kind of purchase intent. Really, that shift from awareness to purchase intent comes in partly through the review model effectively. So being able to respond and kind of solicit, respond, and react to public conversations about your brand, about your product, about your location, we believe that's going to be obviously critically important as from a pure economic perspective, realistically. So these are a couple of quick kind of screenshots about how things are going to look from this is targeting a location. So you can see all the locations, and you can set it up where, you can drive all the locations, collect all the data for all the locations, have different managers for different locations that they are supposed to review, kind of whole workflow process associated with this. Not only can you obviously, get all the data, but you can also respond to it, because that's what I think, we believe that's what customers are looking for. Is not only like, if somebody gives you a bad review, are you responding? Is the local manager responding to it? Is the store manager / branch manager / folks at the ground level, are they responding? Are they listening? And are they reacting to it? So that ability to do that and streamline that at an aggregate level is what we plan on doing. Here, a couple quick examples. We've kind of piloted this with a couple of our team members in Germany, and we are kind of like rolling this out. It'll be rolled out in Germany first. At least that's the team that's kind of piloting this project first, and then it'll be rolled out to everywhere effectively. So that's about the CX side, and then the last thing I want to talk about is our a new product, or I wouldn't say it's a new product. It's kind of a pretty interesting extension to our kind of workforce platform. It's an extension to our leadership, to our 360 platform, realistically. And so one thing that I want to jump in, obviously this last year, we've all seen things have changed. We're all running events, digitally, and changes in the air. Let's put it that way. Like even right now, we are grappling. At least we as a company, I can tell you, I'm grappling between, hey, do we open up the office? Do we open up? It's a hybrid model, or is it do I have to tell everybody that they have to show up to work, or do I have to show up and anybody who wants to show up to work will show up to work effectively? And so, and part of this is the leaders have to change their approach, right? So think about it, like in terms of like, as leaders, we have to figure out, you have to listen and react. And not only do we have to listen and react, we also need to kind of understand how people are perceiving us. So that's part of the 360 platform where we help leaders understand how people are perceiving us. So, the 360 platform allows leaders to kind of listen as well as kind of react on a real-time basis. So these are kind of, this is kind of it's a fairly detailed slide, but so we for the leadership, we not only are we kind of collecting data on a kind of individual level what leaders should do and what leaders should not do from peers, stakeholders, managers, everybody around you, but also we are understanding the priorities. That's kind of the important part that we're adding to the mix realistically. So earlier on, most surveys, they collect, hey, should we do this or should we do that? But not only should we do this or should we do that, but also what should we do more of, what should we do less of? So there's a prioritization model that's been added onto the platform. And we did it largely with the partnership with another company called Optum 360 that allows us to kind of like, not only kind of do, get this kind of prioritization, the scoring model, but also the prioritization model on top of that. So what the end result of that really is a kind of a definitive guide on a per individual leader basis. Like, here are the things you really need to think about. There are lots of things we need to think about. We all get feedback all day long. There are tons of feedback we get, but if there is no priority built into it, then it's kind of generally, it's very difficult to act on it, right? So if we can have not only a scoring model, but also a priority model that allows us to kind of act on like, hey, these are the most important priorities this quarter that our peers, that my peers, that my reports, the folks around me are telling me that I should do. That gives me very kind of practical, actionable intelligence, actionable way of, well, okay, I get it. This is the 3 things that I need to do, not the 14 things that I should, think about. I mean, obviously nobody can do 14 different things. It's really 2 or 3 things that can be done at any point of time. So that's something that we're going to add to this mix effectively. And that's it. Hopefully I covered a bunch of things. Any questions, comments? Let's see if I'm on time. Okay, I'm on time. So I have like 10, 15 minutes for questions. I don't want to take too much rattling away. So any questions that came up, Dan?
Yeah, there were definitely some questions that are coming up. And I think you'll have some because people want to hear more about what we're doing with some of these different features and functionality. The first one was around the Insights desk. This came from an anonymous person at Amazon. What are some unique ways that you're categorizing or tagging historical data, and how are you thinking about that? Is there something that you're doing on Insights desk that thinking about it differently than other platforms, perhaps? Yeah, I mean, I think we are going to create effectively a tagging model that users can customize. So depending upon how users customize, you can create your own set of tag groups and tags, and you can just customize them effectively. And that's how we believe that will be different. So it's not a pre-described structure of tagging. So I think every business is different. Some of them, think about customers as small, medium, large customers. Then they have product line, ways of thinking about it. Then they have business lines. So there are different things that happen. And so we are going to kind of like allow, a very flexible kind of taxonomy to happen. So that's how we, we believe that's how we've kind of positioned it so far. And so I think that'll be super helpful. Got it. Makes sense. And then another question around Insights Desk and the CX reputation. So Laura Bright asked, she was wondering how the Insights Desk and CX reputation, do they intersect or overlap, or how can brands benefit? Both seem powerful on their own, but wondering about multipliers, if there's some combination between the two. I mean, at this point, we don't. At this point, we are keeping them separate. To be honest with you, we kind of see the Insights Desk as a kind of like an internal tool and like a tool that the company, not only internal, the Insights team, but the company at large can use realistically. There's arguments, obviously, like you can data coming in from, let's say, the reputation score should be fed into the Insights Desk realistically. So there are kind of like obvious kind of channels, if you will, that can be kind of imagined as we go along. So like data coming in from different sources that that gets fed into. So we see a human kind of intervention over here. I don't believe it's going to be fully
automated, where look, you got some insights from, let's say, the reputation score, and you realize like, hey, we are doing something wrong or we're doing something right, and you feed that into the insights desk platform, and that just gets decimated. That gets kind of amplified and pushed out to the larger consumer base, like to your company. Again, to be clear, we see Insights Desk as a platform for use within the company, effectively, so that other folks outside the insights and research team have access to interesting data that comes out of the insights team. So it's really kind of making sure that all the work that most insights professionals are putting into creating decision-making factors are actually pushed out, as opposed to, obviously they're pushed out today. It's not to say that they're not, but we believe that, kind of historical data, for example, is very difficult to get. Hey, I've had conversations with customers. It's like, hey, we don't know when the last time we did a project on this particular product. Well, it's in some folder, in some email somewhere. We know we did it, but it is not organized enough. It is not searchable. It is not indexed. It's not easily accessible to say, hey, when's the last time we did, a research project on this particular topic? Mm-hmm. And everybody's like, yeah, well, I know we did it, but we don't know how to get access to it, or the person who did it is no longer with the company. So it's kind of like that's a lot of, in my mind at least, it's a lot of wastage. And so we want to prevent that wastage so that we have an organized way of doing this.
Got it. Yep. I think that answers the question. Makes sense. And then we had Steve Smith ask something around reputation management. Well, what's sort of the textbook use case, and how will you marry that with traditional CX that we're doing on our platform?
So textbook use case is really, let's take dealerships, for example, car dealerships, right? So car dealerships, there, in Canada, Mitsubishi Canada has 95 car dealerships, and what we want to find out is how are those dealerships doing vis-a-vis each other, and making sure that they're all providing the brand service, that the brand, everybody's delivering on the brand promise, really. So that would be a use case of like monitoring all those 95 dealerships from an aggregator perspective, from an outside perspective, and then making sure that there are no negative reviews, or if there are negative reviews, they're immediately addressed within, let's say, 24 hours, 48 hours, and these kind of brand guidelines can be put in play. So like, look, we know that reviews are important. We know reviews drive performance, drive revenue. And so we can, a use case would be to say like, look, we need to make sure that every single review is responded within X number of days. And frankly, a manager needs to pick up the phone and call them and have a workflow around it. We think that the hospitality industry is pretty well advanced. They already do this. A lot of people do it in hospitality. Because everybody's realized in hospitality, obviously notwithstanding COVID, TripAdvisor and these kind of areas, are fundamental drivers of the business. And so, pretty much every single person in the market does it in hospitality. We want to bring it to other markets also.
Got it. That makes sense. Another question came up around the Insights Desk, and really that it's a tool for internal customers, but how do you make sure that they don't just do basic queries, or kind of getting to meatier insights? Is there a way that we're thinking about that, maybe to establish a framework or different analytical queries? I know that you mentioned that this is me going off the cuff a little bit, but I know you mentioned that we can do sort of the framework and the different projects and so forth, but is there a way to ensure that, like, hey, this is how we conduct research, these are some of the ways that you should be positioning the research that you're doing?
Yeah, once we have a systematic way of managing all the research, our kind of vision is to kind of incorporate some, longitudinal data into the platform also. So if you're doing, there's an interesting use case we are looking at right now where one of our customers is doing longitudinal data using MaxDiff. So you're doing a bunch of MaxDiff studies every month. And then you have obviously a bunch of claims that are being tested on the MaxDiff process, right? So, but they're all individual projects. So every month they run a survey and then collect data and then dig the analysis. And as we organize ourselves, so now you could imagine where you have MaxDiff data across 20 projects over 20 quarters or 20 months. And then you can see kind of the claims being tested going up or down across on an aggregator level, really. So those are kind of the scenarios that get unlocked. once you start organizing the data in a particular, in a simple, frankly, in a construct that is organizable, really. Instead of having 15 different surveys and 15 different folders and so on and so forth, the data itself has to be organized. And this is our kind of like, we believe that like having, getting into a platform that has the data organized will allow us to unlock those scenarios as we go forward.
Nice. We're getting comments that people are loving that bit, so that's perfect. And then another question came up around employee engagement and is it, obviously people may be going back to work, there may be some hybrid approach. This is a little bit of a larger question, but employee engagement and return to work and post-COVID, can what we're introducing with Workforce sort of help manage that, or what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think I think Salesforce said that, like at Salesforce, they were doing pulse surveys. I think understanding employee sentiment right now obviously is hugely important, and Sanja will talk about it later on down the road. Understanding employee sentiment is hugely important right now, and the 360 platform, not only it's about employees but also about the leaders. So that's the point that we are making, is like, okay, we know understanding employee sentiment is important, but also understanding leadership, giving tools for leaders to enable them to do a better job is also equally important, for that matter. And so that's why we are investing so heavily on our 360 platform and including the prioritization model. So that's kind of this thinking and relevance behind that.
Got it. And then a little more of a tongue-in-cheek question. Someone asked what your favorite Russian vodka is.
I've not had vodka in a long time, in my Russian vodka. So I think it was too cheap. I was a student there. I was a cheap Indian student there. So I think Stolichnaya was the only thing I could afford. I think, if I remember correctly, it was like $1.50 a bottle. So it's pretty cheap, actually. So, but that's all I could afford. So I don't have fancy vodka. It's the cheapest vodka as possible is what I bought. So, that's what cheap students do. So
you get the most bang for your buck, right? So
that's the most bang for my buck, exactly.
Okay, one final question, Viv. This was a little bit more of a broad question, but I think you'll be able to handle it. And this one, I'm just trying to get to it here. Okay. This is from John, who asks kind of this broad question: how can researchers deal with decreasing trust of consumers with polling and the news media in general? Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think obviously that's a challenge for all of us in terms of trust in like too much. Everybody claims whatever. I think I think building trust through sources, like, for example, I really like, the Center for American Politics. There are a couple of kind of institutions that have kind of, describe their methodology and stick to their game plan. So I think as internal researchers, if we can, make a case and point of view around how we're doing the research, what is our model, and what are our sources, and make it clear, I think that'll build trust with everybody. And I think declining trust in online media in general is, it's a broad trend. Obviously. So I'm not sure that, the best I think I can think of is, coming up with like what the source of the data is. And Tim talks a lot about it in terms of quality of data, where you're getting your sample, how you're getting the sample. So all those things start mattering in terms of, developing, you're going to make a big decision based on data. What is the source of that data? And explaining that source of data and then relying on that source of data is kind of like, obviously it's important, not only from a data quality perspective and everything else, but, frankly, a decisioning perspective. And from at the end of the day, like, convincing somebody from a PR perspective. So either PR or even internal decisioning criteria. So if you're going to go present to the board about, hey, like, look, we did this research, here's what we think, you gotta stand behind that. And the key kind of element over there is sample and source, and where are you getting the sample and where are you getting the source is frankly, it's a super important element to the conversation. And if that is shaky, then everything else is kind of generally, frankly, irrelevant at the end of the day.
Right. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And we do talk a lot about that, the sample, where you're getting it from, making sure that it's from these reputable sources. I think one more question here, Viv. This comes around CX, and consumers massively shifted to digital commerce during COVID. What does this mean for CX professionals going forward? Like, what what is the CX of the future, I guess. So kind of a couple different questions there, but I think you can handle it.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, like, I think somebody told me, like, every company is a digital company today. Simply put, like, even, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're not fully digital, then it's going to be tough to play the game. And that's why you see, SaaS and tech companies getting valued, frankly, at that rate, is simply because, like, it's not just like tech companies are using other tech platforms. Every company has become fully 100% digital. So if that's the case, then, as a CX professional, as you think about CX, you think of a digital first strategy realistically. Okay, what can we do to make life easier? And these are kind of different elements from an interaction perspective, getting notified when your pizza is done and all that stuff. I mean, all the stuff that you're seeing with the COVID, with the COVID coming in. So I think the opportunity is like, pivoting to a kind of a digital only / mobile only digital first strategy would not be a bad idea. And then allocating resources to figure out, like, what within that ecosystem do we need to kind of really address? Is it service delivery? Is it just a text message when your card is done, or for pickup, and so on and so forth? So all those things are those are the experience that are going to shift. Instead of making phone calls, so obviously it's not a text message. I think most consumers are more comfortable receiving a text message regarding a service option than a phone call, effectively, right? A phone call is too intrusive, disrupts the flow. Text message obviously does not do that. And we could go one step further, like say, like, hey, do we integrate with Slack, or do we integrate with Teams? And especially in a B2B context. So those are the experience. Those are the models that can be at least explored from a CX perspective. Those are the models that I think should be explored. And then which one of those, obviously there are thousands of things we could do. Which one of those are more relevant, more applicable, more effective? Those are the conversations. Those are the things that we can glean from, depending upon the scenario.
Great. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I think with that, Viv, we can wrap it up. So appreciate all of your insights. I know that there were some comments and things. If you want to know more about any of the things that Viv mentioned, feel free to reach out to us. We're just an email or phone call or text message away. So thanks, Viv.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Ooh, that was so fun. Okay, well, Dan, are you ready?
I'm always ready. Let's do it.
Let me share my screen, and welcome everyone to QuestionPro XDay. We are so excited you're here. We have some really fun things planned for the day, and I hope that you were able to jump on and just hear all the great things Viv has planned for QuestionPro and all of our executives as they build out amazing products and features for you, our customers, our friends of QuestionPro, and our potential future customers. But right now, everyone, I want you to grab your phone. If you're a friend of QuestionPro, you know we have this fun thing called live polls.
Yes, live polls is awesome. Let's do it.
So grab your phone and go to questionpro.io, and you're going to get a screen that looks like this. Look, Tim's already joined. Make sure to put your full name, because the winner, let me look at my notes. The winner of this live poll is going to get a $100 Airbnb experience gift card. So if you're located in the North America, so the US or Canada, we are so excited to offer you a $100 Airbnb experience gift card to kind of theme with our advancing experiences theme. Woo, it looks like people are joining. So please join with your whole name, because we need to be able to track you down. A couple of things about live polls. You have 15 seconds to answer a question. You get points for speed.
Yes, I will say that speed is the key here. So you may know the right answer, but the faster you do it, the more points you'll get. So keep that in mind.
Sorry, Bill popped in there. No, we're so glad you're here, Bill, but you're 2 seconds early. We're doing a live poll. And if you join here, you will see the questions on my screen, and you will see the answers on your phone. So that's, you got to kind of do two things. Now put your full name in, answers appear on your phone, questions appear on the screen, and you have 15 seconds to answer a question. Now, while I love that all these QuestionPro people are joining. QuestionPro employees are do not allowed to win the prize.
Nice try, but nope.
But we are so excited for you guys to be joining. We're gonna try, I'm gonna wait till we get just a little more as people are still coming in. So go to questionpro.io, enter this code 9190 as the PIN, put in your first and last name so you are qualified to win the $100 Airbnb experience gift card. I don't know if anybody's done an Airbnb experience, whether in person or online, but they are some of my favorite. I've done a cooking class online and I've done a walking tour in person.
Oh, look at that. That's
Yeah,
cool.
I think they're really just like a fun thing to do when you're like traveling to a new city and you're like, I'm a history nerd, so I always want to be like, well, when did that building get here? And so this is a great way to do that. Okay, let's see how many people. Okay, guys, we're gonna start this QuestionPro live poll.
Okay.
And it's a little, oh, sorry.
Oh no, just remember it's the right answer and speed too. So speed is the key.
Speed is the key, and you get 15 seconds to answer every question. Here we go. What is the definition of market research?
Oh, this is interesting. Okay. Oh.
Ooh, answers coming in. Dan, I know you wrote me some questions, but those are for another one later.
Okay. All right.
So, oh, here we go. And woo, Tim Cornelius in the lead, Edward Hugh behind him.
Come on, Edward, you got it. You can beat up.
Here we go, on to the next. In which city did a fatal beer flood occur in 1814 caused by a tidal wave?
I'm not sure of this one, but I would have liked to be there. But
it was fatal. People died.
the fatal, I don't like that part of it, of course, but.
Here we go, one more second. It's London.
London. Oh, okay.
Whitney Leichhardt coming in strong.
Whitney, there you go. See, she answered right and she was fast. Okay, go ahead.
Your company website surveys every 10th person who visits the site. Only 12 out of 70 people asked to respond to the survey. This is an example of.
Oh.
It's like Jeopardy.
Yeah.
I will give kudos to Esther, our old colleague Esther. Non-response is the answer. Who actually came up with these survey questions for live polls when we first launched it.
Nice. All right. Nice.
What does this word mean? Sorry, I love this.
This is the longest word I've ever seen, by the way.
I can't pronounce it, but it was on a fun fact trivia. Well, here we go. Get your answers in there. A fear of long words.
Well, that makes sense. Okay.
Also, not a word Crystal made up, but good try. Okay, here we go. On to a market research question. Right. Yelp allows all users to leave a restaurant review. What might be the issue with the feedback?
Oh, interesting. Okay. Non-response, undercoverage, voluntary response, convenience sample. Oh.
These are very researchy. I had to slip it all in.
Yeah.
Voluntary response. Great job, Angelina, coming in strong. Chris Robinson with 100%, but not the speed.
Speed, Chris. Come on. Speed is the key here, Chris.
Which founder saved the company by gambling in Vegas?
Oh, I know this one.
Ooh. I try to slip in some fun facts.
Yeah.
5 seconds. Here we go, guys. FedEx. Ooh, a lot of people knew that one.
Yep. Vic said he should go to Vegas. Nice.
Oh, but we no longer have any 100% people.
Look at that. But see, Edward Hugh, he's at 67%, but he's fast.
Yeah, here we go. What is the purpose of carrying out market research? What's the purpose of your life, Dan?
We're going to get into that now.
Here we go. 4 seconds. We got some people stragglers coming in. You know, you can even join late and still win based on speed.
It's true.
To find out what customers' expectations are, you're correct. Edward Hugh, still in first place.
Angelina's still in there. All right.
Which celebrity collects and owns over 250 typewriters?
Interesting. This is a fun fact.
It is a fun fact, also known as America's Dad. That's that was a sneak attack. Helpful there. Tom Hanks. Woo! People were confident about Tom Hanks. Maybe it's not such a fun fact, just the fact now. People just know.
True. I guess it's true.
Here we go. 2 more questions. Which one of the following method helps determine how people value different attributes that make up an individual product or service?
Oh, this is, yeah, you know this one.
Yes, of course I do.
We learned about this, remember, on Live with Dan.
Right. We did learn about it. Conjoint.
Yes. Who's in the lead now? Let's see.
Oh, Edward Hughes still holding strong with that speed.
All right, Edward's there. Chris, Scott, you guys still have a chance. Let's see a couple more.
Here we go. One more question. Which actor or actress has won the most Oscars ever?
Oh, Vivek Bhaskaran. I like it.
Had to get there in there.
This is a red herring question.
Here we go, guys. And Katharine Hepburn, you're correct. Edward Hugh, woo, you came in first place. That's so exciting. Please message us on the panelist channel with your email address so that we can deliver you your Airbnb experience gift card.
Nice.
All of our prizes today are experience themed because we are here to advance experiences. And we are so excited that you all have joined us today. I'm Crystal Weiss. I'm the Director of Marketing here at QuestionPro. You might know Dan Fleetwood, our President of Research and Insights, and we have lots of fun prizes. Also, if you check the chat window, you can see lots of conversations happening, but also you can get a link to a free $5 Starbucks gift card on us using our QuestionPro rewards, our own platform. Once the survey closes at 11:30, you still have 40 minutes to get your free Starbucks. You will be delivered a $5 gift card to your inbox. We also have lots of other activities going on this afternoon where you can win an annual pass for Masterclass. And if you haven't done Masterclass, you're missing out. They're so fun and learn so much. And it's like, though some of them I use to put me to sleep sometimes because their voices are very calming. We also are giving away 2 national park passes for the United States and a Goldbelly gift card at the end of the day. So let's check and see if our panelists are here. We were flying through our schedule.
They're all here.
Yeah, let's promote them up. Are you guys ready? Kyle, where's Bill? I think I turned Bill's camera off early.
That's all right. There's Bill.
Yep, I see him. Boop. And Tara, you came in early. She's been here too. Bam. You guys, we're so excited you are here and you're joining us for QuestionPro XDay Spring. I will let Dan take it away. You don't need me for all of this.
No, we don't. Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate that. Before we get started, I'll give a quick introduction and give some guidelines here, with the Q&A. So feel free to ask questions and put them in the Q&A. There'll be about 15-20 minutes at the end of this for questions for the panelists. We'll talk for about 45 minutes and we'll get to the background and what all these thoughts that the panelists have. So before we get started, I'll introduce the panel here. So first we have Tara Putnam, and she began her career at Kellogg's in January of 2000 as an intern. And after receiving her Master's in Market Research from University of Georgia, she worked across a range of cold cereal brands from Frosted Flakes to Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Special K, and so on. Tara left Kellogg's at the end of 2005 to pursue a passion in qualitative research, where she worked at Harper and then started her own company, still working with a diverse set of clients across industries such as CPG, consumer appliance, etc. And during that time, she also held positions as a chapter chairperson for QRCA and was a marketing research instructor at Western Michigan University. Then she returned to Kellogg's in 2007, where she supports the role of the director of Next Generation Insights. and beginning in 2020 is when she started that role. And this includes responsibility for behavioral science, implementation across research tools, maintenance of Kellogg's knowledge management platform, and internal consumer research panel, Kitchen Insiders, that is supported by QuestionPro. So welcome, Tara. And next up, we have Kyle Hudson. So Kyle is a tenured sports business executive with a successful record of accomplishment in sales, member retention, guest experience, partnership development, and relationship management. She is currently a partner at the BCJ Group, helping organizations connect to their corporate cultures, to the employee and customer experience. Prior to joining the BCJ Group, Kyle worked for the NBA, where she partnered with teams across the NBA, WNBA, and NBA G leagues on strategies for retaining, engaging, and developing ticket buyers. Kyle worked with the Phoenix Suns and Mercury over 8 years, with positions spanning new business, sales, client retention, guest experience, business development. She also led sponsorship activation for Super Bowls, a host committee in Texas. In this role, she was responsible for onboarding, delivering best-in-class execution of contractual rights, and guiding each of the 30-plus partners on their activation within Super Bowl Live. And then next up, we have Bill Trovinger, who he has been in the market research industry for a decade. He's passionate about business, driving decisions through a deep understanding of consumer behavior. And his experiences spanned reviving legacy brands through legendary campaigns with Old Spice to launching a new world grocery store concept filled with new technology and brands at Amazon. This year, he was named one of the 50 most influential market researchers by actively driving market research conversations on LinkedIn. And I will say that Bill has some really funny stuff on LinkedIn, so make sure you follow him there. And then outside of work, he is a world wiffle ball champion and an adjunct professor at Seattle University and a great dad as well. So Bill, Kyle, and Tara, welcome to the panel today.
For having us.
Yeah, thanks for letting us be here.
Awesome. Well, to get started here, again, make sure you put in your questions in the Q&A functionality here. We'll be answering those as we get going here. So I guess starting out, Tara, we'll start with you. How do experiences play a role in your research?
I think experiences are really critical to all of the work that we do, because being a food company, in addition to just nourishing people, I think what really differentiates our brands is the experience of the whole consumption moment, from the packaging to the brand to the nostalgia or the history that goes with the advertising, all the way through to the way that food tends to bring people together and help people form bonds and connections. And so I think we talked about this a little bit already, but I think also the experiences that go into even just the research that we do, and thinking about it not only as a one-way dialogue where we're getting information, but it's actually part of the larger experience that people have with our company. And we always want to make sure it's just as fun and engaging for our consumers to participate in studies or interviews or shop-alongs or whatever it is, as it is informative for us.
Great, great. Kyle, do you have any thoughts on that, how experiences play a role in the research or work that you're doing at BCJ Group or the NBA?
Yeah, I think, I'm sure Bill and Tara would agree. I mean, it's all about creating loyal customers, people that are going to be loyal to our brands. And it's interesting in the sports world, you know, we work so hard, obviously, to create this amazing experience as it pertains to the sport that, you know, that particular ticket buyer is bought into. But I think what's amazing about teams across a number of different leagues is that we're really trying to create that experience that's truly all encompassing. So I think that's where the data piece really comes into piece, where it's about understanding who our consumers are and what other interests and passions they have beyond just the sports organization that they're a part of, so that we can really kind of entice them to attend events that are kind of, part of that passion or interest, and really kind of create those different types of moments that, again, kind of really help create that loyalty for that particular brand.
Yeah, and Bill, I know when you talked, you mentioned something similar, so I'll let you take it away here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being at Amazon in the grocery world, I think Amazon is trying to constantly improve customer experience. That's where you see a lot of their big innovation come from. But grocery, again, tons of innovation, but I think there's also been a very clear format and structure to grocery shopping for the last, however many years. And then Amazon's trying to kind of recreate that experience and add some new pieces to that or some new dynamics to that. And what's been really interesting in working in that space has been trying to get such a technology forward company, such a quick moving company to take that step back and say, there's tried and true research methods that answer these questions that don't fit the typical, Amazon template for research, and getting the buy-in to go do those. So I think there's understanding the customer experience from the customer and not just using the data that's coming in constantly from the Amazon platform.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Tara, I think when we spoke, you mentioned something similar, how Kellogg's is pretty traditional in the research and you're trying to push them forward. So are there some techniques, or how do you battle that, or what are some success stories that you've had internally there?
Yeah, I think, there's always the benefits and the drawbacks of being a company that's been around for over 100 years, and that we have a lot of legacy tools and we're really comfortable using the things that we've done and are tried and tested. But I think COVID has taught us many things about behavioral change and how the world can change very quickly. And I'm just trying to leverage that momentum, I think, with the company to start to think about being willing to embrace change in some of these ways. There's so many new, more behaviorally based methodologies out there. There's so many new ways to connect with our consumers and learn from them. And not to say you're ever just going to walk away from something just for the sake of the new. I think it really does call into question what's the right time to let go of some of these things that we've been holding on to for a really long time and find ways to evolve to a better way to learn.
Right. That makes sense. Some of the, just kind of sticking with you here for a minute, Tara, some of those things that you want to leave behind and better ways to learn. Are there successful strategies that you've seen? Is it education? Is it like the proof is in the pudding, so to speak, or what are some of those ways?
Yeah, I'm really much, I'm more in the mindset of if you find what's in it for them, then people are more likely to let go of their change aversion. So, as much as we want consumers to change behavior and try new things, as researchers, we're just as averse to changing behavior and trying new things because of that loss aversion. We don't want to do a research study and then get bad results or not get results we're comfortable in, and then it reflects badly on us. So I think people are more game to put that risk out there and try something new when they recognize that what they're doing today isn't really working for them anymore. So it takes an investment of time to sit down and talk with somebody about, yes, this is what we've always done. It's what you're comfortable with, but what do you want it to be? What do you wish for? What would you like it to be? And if you can find a way to bring them a new tool or a new approach that delivers on some of those unmet needs, it's like applying what we know about what we do for consumers, but to ourselves. If we find an unmet need or a tension point in the research and how it's working, then it enables us to really bring something that they see the value in. And maybe it does require a parallel test where they cannot fully let go of the old before they embrace the new. But I think that's when I've been most successful, is when you can find something that people look at and say, yes, this is solving what I was missing for.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. And then, Kyle, I know at the BCJ Group, you guys do a lot with employees and getting them to work on their experiences, and that trickles down to consumers. So do you guys have strategies or tactics that you coach employees on to help, I guess, embrace change that you can speak about?
Yeah, I think, it's really about, getting in and having conversations with, everyone from the frontline staff all the way up to the leadership group, and really kind of creating that environment where there's communication happening across all levels. We're getting a feel for, the frontline staff on what they're hearing from the customers, and that's translating all the way up to leadership. I think certainly an opportunity to to Tara's point, like not only just understanding what the customers go through day to day as they're interacting with our brand, but having our employees kind of put themselves in the shoes of the customer and walking through what that customer journey and experience looks like. I think Netflix has an amazing approach where they just really focus on those employees, like trying to identify what the hiccups and what the problems could occur with their customers before it actually happens. So it's really about getting them involved in that process from the very start. And I think that certainly helps with from an innovation standpoint as well.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. And I know Bill and Tara, you guys both brought up around, getting in the shoes of the consumer, and that's so valuable even in today's big data age and so forth. So Bill, I'll pass it to you and ask you a question around that. Like, what are some of the ways that you're getting in the shoes of the consumer, especially as you're trying to balance, obviously, the digital grocery store experience?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is bringing together, again, all the data that's coming in from Amazon. If you've been to one of the new grocery stores, if you're in Chicago or LA, most people are checking in using their palm print. If you've seen this technology, that's then linked to your Amazon account. Again, you can imagine all of the data that's associated with all of those actions that you're then taking and purchase behavior. But those are still just new steps to grocery shopping. There's additional pieces there. There's new products in the stores that we're trying to launch. And again, it's one of those, my team is looking for that high tech, very scalable, very process oriented solution. And it's, I don't have a good one yet, other than here's the data, here's part of the story. But what we're using now is some, kind of FaceTime type platforms that are helping us interview customers as they're in the store. Because we still have a lot of rules around being 6 feet away from people, travel restrictions. So a lot of virtual interviewing. And again, that which seems like a very minor change in this kind of modern day age of us being on Zoom calls all day, every day, has taken a lot of selling. It's been a lot of linking that to our objectives and saying, here's the 10 things leadership needs us to accomplish this year. And again, not knowing sort of when the travel ban will be lifted for us and when I can go in store. We don't have a local store yet. It's been longer selling than I ever imagined to get people even over that small of a hurdle to say, we need to go be in store with folks. Let's figure out how to go do that. And technology's kind of been our key there. But again, it's not a battle I would have imagined fighting a year ago.
No, that's definitely true. I think that makes a lot of sense. And Tara, I know you mentioned something similar when we spoke around, but you feel like that personal connection has been lost in obviously the COVID times, and that you really wanted a way that your team, I guess I'll back up, found it valuable to get out when they're going to focus groups in local markets, do some shop alongs, go see what the product looks like. So how are you battling that now, and what are some ways that maybe some tools or techniques has helped you through this?
Yeah, I think that goes into the camp of trends that were already started before COVID, that COVID just amplified. I think for many years, big data had started to pull us away from that more personal in-person connection, the more qualitative oriented time that we spent out with consumers in their homes or in stores with them, or even just, in a meeting room in a hotel, but face to face with them. And so we talked about this a little bit. I think, there's so much richness in data that it felt like they were equal, or that social mining and other things would even be better than the really inefficient traveling around the countryside to meet with a handful of people in each city. But I think what we lost along the way is the human connection, in that, we get very insular as big companies, and we're sort of in our building and in our head and around people who are very much like us. And that ability to get out and see our consumers and how they are so diverse and different around the country, and just how the markets are different, I think has really been a missing piece. That even just, prior to COVID, with people cutting back on travel budgets and using technology more, had already started. And then COVID's just really brought it into sharp focus, how much we're missing that human connection with people. And so I think what we've been trying to do to compensate is largely what Bill said: just use the technology we have, more video, more people are comfortable on video now. So there's more, willingness for people to sit and do Zoom-based kind of qualitative, or respond to survey questions with video rather than with a scaled response. And so any sort of human connection where we can bring consumers to life is really where we're trying to lean in and get more of that.
Right. And I think you brought up an interesting point where I think COVID has amplified things that were already sort of becoming more prominent, right? So I think that's interesting. And Kyle, I know when we talked, you mentioned that you do when you're at the NBA, you have this annual season ticket holder member survey that you would do, all really around to shape experiences, right? And to make sure that you're connecting with the consumer. So maybe you can speak a little bit to that and how that helped you in shaping these experiences for the season ticket holders.
Yeah, I would just, first off, kind of going back to focus groups, like I'm a big believer in focus groups. We would conduct them all the time across all of our sports teams. And obviously it has a direct correlation between a member that attends a focus group to renewal. But it's interesting, the folks that we get to participate in surveying and focus groups, it's like two different spectrums. It's like they're really, really unhappy with the product or they love the product. And both of those are like, honestly, even the unhappy folks, like they're still passionate and they're likely to renew. It's like that middle ground, the people that just don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. And those are the folks that we would consider fence sitters, and like, what are the tactics out there to try and get them involved and provide their feedback and meet us in person and create that connection. Like those are the groups of people that you really want to hone in on. But what Dan and I were talking about specifically on this annual member survey is just how the feedback has changed over the years, and especially as we're moving into this digital world, and the demographic of season ticket members are starting to skew a little bit younger. You're finding that not every season ticket member wants or needs like a personal account executive to proactively reach out and create that relationship. When I first started with the Suns back in 2004, that was really the first year that we developed this proactive service approach, where it's not just customer service, like you're creating relationships with people, you're learning about them, asking them questions. And now it's kind of at a point where we have to customize that experience for each member and understand that if they don't want a personal representative, that's fine, but we just need to make sure that we're addressing all of the needs they do have, like quick problem solving, unique and experiential events, things like that. So it's just interesting, obviously, how the data changes so quickly year over year.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Bill, you were kind of mentioning when Kyle was mentioning it's either really positive or really negative. I'm sure. Yeah. Sounds like you have some similar experiences there.
Yeah. So at Amazon, one way that we are kind of calling it a voice of the customer kind of piece is we look at customer reviews like really intensely. We analyze, and there's an internal system that, if I'm not looking at Amazon.com and scrolling through reviews, there's an internal system that kind of helps me organize. But it's always have to remind the team to take that with a grain of salt, because if someone's willing to take that time to write a review on Amazon, it's either something they love or something they hate. In the food space, unfortunately, it's also heavily skewed by like, I ordered food and it either was delivered bad or like my fruit got smushed in the car on the delivery, which again, it's part of the Amazon supply chain, but like little control over that. But it also reminded me of a project we did when I was at Microsoft. Actually, we went and traveled around the country and talked to some of our best customers in the mid-market kind of B2B space. And essentially that ended up becoming almost another sales point for our sales team. I was supporting our sales team at the time because we were bringing these customers together. We said, you had filled out our customer satisfaction survey. You told us that you were happy with these things, dissatisfied with these things. Let's invite them to kind of, we'll call it like a swanky facility, but a nicer facility, have some drinks and some apps, and like just have a really open conversation. And had some sales team members travel with me. And I was like, so you're talking to, senior sales leaders at Microsoft. What do you want them to know? And that we then followed those customers for the next year to see what their retention was, what their conversations were. They were already strong customers, but to see them create this personal connection. Again, it's obviously very one-to-one marketing. It's not a huge scalable program, but to use research in that way, I thought was actually really smart.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting. Tara, I think you mentioned something similar with, the focus groups. Like there's that, it creates that more of that one-on-one connection, obviously. And the people coming into the group are either they love it or hate it, right? So kind of speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I think, again, there's the value of what you learn when you're in person with someone and you can read their nonverbals and you can follow up and probe and really get beneath that superficial first gut reaction that people give you. And especially in the food space, I think there's a lot of layers of cultural conditioning, I'll say, of people know what they're supposed to say or what they should think or what they should be doing. Like we all know that there's healthier foods and unhealthier foods and that we should be exercising. So I think what in-person research allowed you to do is build rapport with people to the point that they could move past that, like the pat answer of what I know I should be thinking or what I should be doing, and start to move into a little bit more trust or openness when they, I love that moment. I just love people, but I love that moment when you're talking with people and one person finally admits they're like, yeah, but this is when I don't do the thing. And then all of a sudden the floodgates open of like somebody broke the ice and now everyone's going to share the truth of what they really do. Or even just the more subtle moment when you're in someone's house and they're telling you, again, probably initially the things they should be doing, or they should, that they always read the labels, or, they never snack after dinner, or whatever. And then you go in their pantry and you get some hints that maybe that's not all the story that they're telling you. Right. And then you, again, through rapport and just being human, you can get them to that point where they tell you the exceptions to the rule, which is usually where the really interesting stuff is. So I miss that part of being in person with people, but I do think that there are ways, again, with video and technology, that if you invest the time to really scratch beneath the surface, you can still get to that kind of rich insight, which is really, that's to us what we're always in the hunt for. What's a deeper, richer trigger and insight and motivation that's behind the sort of superficial standard answer.
Right. That makes a lot of sense, I think. And Kyle, you probably had something similar in some of the focus groups that you ran, right? Where maybe a question was asked and the floodgates opened. Do you anything come to mind there?
Yeah, I think it was always eye-opening to identify, how you think you're communicating like all of their benefits over and over and over again in different ways, and what they get for being a season ticket member and how they're differentiated from, a single game buyer. But once you get them around the table, they're like, well, I didn't know I got this, or I didn't know I got this. And so it just reinforces the fact that the education piece is so important. And, you can't just communicate with consumers in one or two different ways. It needs to be multiple ways to try and, get their attention and make sure that they understand what they're getting and why there's value.
Right. That makes sense. Just a quick moment to remind everybody, use the Q&A function if you have questions. We'll be doing a Q&A coming up in about 15, 20 minutes here. So get your questions in now if you want them answered. I think, switching gears a little bit, Bill, I know you mentioned to me that something that it's somewhat obvious, but it hit home to me, is that the speed of research is always going to accelerate. When you put it like that, it's like, yeah, you're so right. So maybe kind of elaborate on that a little bit and tell people what you mean by that.
Yeah, absolutely. So just having been a little over a decade now in the industry, just seeing how the tools and I guess, let me start back again. The questions haven't changed all that much. The questions are pretty similar, especially if you stay within the same industry. But the expectation of how it's answered and like when it's answered has changed dramatically. Shifting from companies that have sort of large libraries where they're can instantly pull. Again, it might not be the most up to date, but there's typically some piece of information somewhere floating around a large company with a large research organization that you can get to a partial answer. But as I've kind of continued to move and progress, that doesn't seem to be as acceptable anymore. It's each question becomes more unique, and as customer needs have changed just faster and faster and faster. Digging back into my previous food experience at General Mills, the way, and Terry, you probably are super close to this, is just how quickly food trends have started to change. I mean, you think of like Diet Pepsi, and I worked on Yoplait Life for a while. I mean, that like 80s fake sugar trend lasted for so long. And then all of a sudden, like you got into this more recent period where like keto, paleo, again, I can keep naming food trends out there, how quickly those came and went and advanced, and some stuck around and became more and more niche. So now being able to sort of answer the spectrum of questions on those, again, the teams I've worked with have, because I think in their head, technology is out there that can answer all of these questions very simply. It's sort of the Google effect of they have a question, they type it into Google, they get an answer. They expect research to work similarly, and I think we're being conditioned to have that. And again, research still takes time. There's still legwork. There's still alignment that needs to be done. So as trends and tools just seem to change more and more rapidly, I think the goal of the researcher is just to try to anticipate as much as possible without then overstepping into, doing work for the sake of work, and just trying to have, set the right expectations, but have answers as quickly as possible.
Right, right. And then I think that's a good point. And Tara, what are some ways that Kellogg's is sort of staying ahead of trends and identifying these trends using research? Or can you think of anything off the top of your mind?
Yeah, so many things come to mind based on what Bill was saying. I think that I've been around, obviously you mentioned throwing around dates a long time. And, there was a time where it was very standard to say a month. It was always a month to get anything. By the time you wrote the questionnaire and proofed it, and I mean, heaven forbid you had to do mul intercept and then wait for tabs to be printed. I mean, it was like a multi-week process at the very best. And I think generationally, there's more millennials in the workforce that have just grown up with the internet, and they have expectations for the Google effect of everything being much more instantaneous. And then we know as researchers, there are instant tools out there in online panels. So I totally agree with everything you're saying in terms of the expectation of speed. But I think we're trying to balance that because there's always a yin and yang, pro and con. We can get answers really fast, but I think what it potentially leads to is people re-asking the same information and us being very inefficient with our resources, because there may be already a secondary data source that has that answer, or maybe we already did that study 6 months or a year ago. Has the answer really changed? Do we really need to check again? Or are we just using resources to cover the same ground we already have? So I think it's a partnership between knowing when is the right time to use something very agile and quick, and when we need to be on the cutting edge of a trend or identifying a trend early, and when we can use some of our knowledge management resources to leverage the data we already have because it's already there. So it is also very fast as long as we can get our hands on it quickly.
Interesting. So it sounds like it's not only like what technologies, but how can the process change to, because you said, well, we don't need to do some of this research, it's already there, but maybe that's more of a change in process as opposed to a change in technology.
Yeah, it's about the behavior of the researcher and where they think to go first. And is it always to go to something primary and start something fresh, or is it to go check what's already on the shelf first and then decide if we need to do something new?
Right. That makes a lot of sense. And then, Kyle, I know, with what Tara was mentioning around, and Bill, I think, was mentioning the same thing around like the Google trend. And you mentioned with millennials, it's, the ticket buying experience is different. You're probably seeing some of those same things and some of the same trends at the NBA, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, the mobile ticketing piece is huge now, and not only mobile ticketing, but mobile parking passes, and the apps that teams have, and being able to order concession food on your phone. So all of that data obviously is being collected, and I think teams are, as quickly as they possibly can, are using it to customize that experience. Trying to take the Disney approach and think about how seamless of an experience it can be when, that customer is pulling up to that parking garage and letting them know, here's the best entrance to come in based on the lines. Your parking garage is here based on where your seat location is. This is the best entrance for you to use. So those types of things are being pulled in and utilized. But absolutely, I mean, we've got to continue to find ways to really customize that experience for those folks that are providing us their data.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that much of a shaped experience, like park here because it's easier to get here. I mean, that's really interesting. Bill, I'm sure at the Amazon stores, you're probably thinking about some of that in terms of maybe some of the things they're going to buy us here, directing them. I don't know, making that up off the cuff, but perhaps, maybe speak to that a little bit.
I would say there's definitely a 2.0 where this data is being better analyzed, better utilized, and more personalized for the customer. I think Amazon is currently learning that grocery is hard, and there's a lot of moving pieces in it. But again, there will be a day when there's carts there's currently carts where when you put the groceries in, it knows what it is. It shows you on the little screen how much it costs, if there's any coupons, things like that. Again, that seems like prime real estate for, hey, last time you were in, you bought X. Do you want to purchase that again? Or X, like a co-merch, X goes great with Y. You bought the hot dogs, the hot dog buns are in aisle 6. Absolutely see a day where that technology starts to really personalize for the shopper, especially with the cart technology that's being rolled out. but I think, again, we're still in the process of harnessing all of that before we can, confidently roll that out to customers.
Right, that makes sense.
But it's coming.
Yeah, I bet. So I think let's shift gears a little bit here, and we've been talking a lot about sort of the future and what we see coming down the pipeline. But what are some things that you want to leave behind that you don't want to take with you towards the future? I know, Terry, you mentioned something very specific to me, was the purchase interest scale. So maybe explain that a little bit and why you want to leave that behind.
I knew you weren't going to let me off the hook with my
I'm sorry.
my Likert pushback. Yeah, so I feel like this goes back to the point of the legacy tools. Right? We're very attached to standardized scales and things that we have normative databases against, and we continue to use those. And I feel like they're a bit of a security blanket for us today, because when you really look underneath the surface, so not to be overly controversial, but the tendency to use the 5-point behavioral purchase interest scale and then aggregate the top 2 boxes into a top 2 net and compare that as our sort of one number standard of truth for everything, I think really leaves a lot on the table when we know that that's not how people really think in the grocery store. It's so over rationalized, and we know decision making at shelf isn't that thought through. It's not that carefully considered. And we know so much more about the importance of the speed of the decision, or how rational or subconscious it is. And so I feel like there's a million different ways that technology and research design enables us to get better data that talks more about habit and automated responses and the context influences that we could be using to better predict real in-market behavior that will just make us better. Because at the end of the day, as Bill said, grocery is hard. Grocery is a very hard industry to win in. And, we invest a lot of resources in innovation, new product development and marketing. And so I feel like it's my responsibility to the organization to say for sure that I can defend, yes, this product's going to succeed and stick in market. And I find it really hard, other than because we've always done it that way, to defend a top 2 box score.
Interesting. Bill, what are your thoughts on the...
Yeah, I actually totally agree with that. I think the days of it has its place, and I just think it's shifted way up in the development process of here's a big kind of, think like claim sort, flavor sort, here's 50, which that's too many, but here's a lot of concepts, go through them and help us prioritize where we can then go do the right research to, dig into which of these, because again, if you're launching something, again, we just launched a mac and cheese, like it's 3 SKUs total. Like, we had a flavor variety, we had 15 flavor varieties to pick from, we launched 3. How do we time it where let's use, again, happy to use kind of looser, rougher data up front to get from 15 to 7, 5, and then get down to 3 that I really could defend going forward and say, we put these through the ringer. The research is rigorous. It's, we're confident that these 3 are the right 3 for our customer. And how does that align to our customers' needs? Again, but totally agree. Just, a purchase intent scale at the very end is something that, again, we still use. It's, but again, a flat on paper concept can only take you so far. It'll give you so much confidence.
Sure. No, that makes sense. And then, Kyle, did you experience something similar at the MBA or in your current role where if it's purchase intent, maybe with season ticket holders or whatnot, have you had something similar where it's like, hey, this doesn't really get at the root of what we're trying to answer here?
I just think that, we just kind of have to continue to think about the people behind all of this and just how important, the employees are to creating what that experience looks like. And, I think that, everything that we're doing from a digital world, technology world to enhance what that customer experience looks like, we should, try and mirror those same tactics to what our employees are experiencing day in, day out, from an onboarding standpoint to creating kind of that connection. It's certainly a best practice to, get the folks that are face to face with our customers and have them, continually interact with our HR group and share and communicate what those tactics are, so the 2 are kind of equal. Is something that I would recommend.
Right. Got it. That makes a lot of sense, I think. So in terms of things that you want to see left behind, what are maybe some of those things that you want to continue or pull into the future, right? Like, I want to leave purchase intent behind, but I want this to come with me. Bill, do you have any thoughts around that? Like things you want to still remain a thing amongst the speed, the research is always going to continue to accelerate here.
Yeah, and I think part of this is just having two food folks on the call is like people still need to taste food that don't work on the brand or in the company. Again, that's been really hard with COVID, and Amazon's big enough that we can kind of find people, but food tastes differ regionally. It just doesn't make sense as a national rollout if that's what the intent is. Can you hit the price point you want to hit? But ultimately, I mean, food is always kind of a taste, price, value equation, and again, it's labor intensive. It's hard to get people either into a central facility or you have to ship stuff, and there's a ton of logistics there. But the idea of launching food brands and not having people get the full experience from like opening the box to prepping it. We've seen a lot of products fail because the prep is weird. To that final, like my whole family ate this versus I love this, but like my kids aren't going to eat this, so I'm never going to buy it again. Again, and it's one of those, I haven't figured out a way to have people not eat the product to like finally, feel confident with the product or finally have that, not have that be a step in research for food development.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense. We are getting some comments here, Bill, that people are volunteering to taste the food. So if you want, I have some people lined up for you.
I'll say some days it's great. Again, there's plenty of ice cream and chocolate tastings, and then other days it's like clam chowder and beans, which is much less enjoyable.
They signed up for it, right? So
yeah.
Tara, is it something similar, or what are your thoughts on things that you don't want to see left behind and you want them to continue? Is it something what Bill said, or do maybe a mix of that and your own thoughts there?
Well, I think just to build on that and maybe expand a little bit more, I think there are many pieces of the tools that we're used to using that are very standard, like heat mapping or eye tracking or video markup that help us take the litany of scales of the 7-point scale and the 8-point scale and the purchase interest scale and the net promoter score and these things that we're used to putting all of our attention and focus on because it makes everything seem very linear and clean cut. And I think those other tools that are a little bit more intuitive and allow people to just react with their gut without overthinking are where we often really get the deeper insight. So let people take a product home and use it themselves and just video record themselves where they don't have to filter and explain as much as you can just observe naturally. Oh, they totally missed a prep step. That's why it didn't heat well. And then they were disappointed, or I had no idea that they were eating that without milk. And that would totally change the way we formulated it. Whatever those things are that I think just leaving people to react naturally and more organically, even just evaluating advertising in a natural context. We can let go of the forced exposure if we know that YouTube is the future and people are going to skip and they're going to be distracted. And that's the real world we're living in. And that's the real world we should be collecting our data in.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. I think that, like going back to the purchase interest scale, right? Like, or intent, that's not how people buy things, right? So you got to try to mirror that buying experience. So that's interesting. I think, Kyle, when you were at the NBA, did you do any sort of like, hey, we're going to sit with the season ticket holder, or any of those sorts of experiences to really get your, I guess, mind in that same frame set? Or what would you say to that? Or what were some of those things that you did there?
Yeah. So, a lot of what we did was we would experience, attend a ton of games throughout the season ticket member events, and try as best we could to kind of like fit in ourselves with the customers and kind of start from the parking lot, park our cars, walk in, go without our credentials, and really kind of gain and provide as much feedback as we could to the team, coming out of that. So that's how we really tried to support teams, is just, attending games as a fan and coming back with as much feedback as we possibly could, talking to other season ticket members about their experiences, and really kind of being an arm of that organization to kind of help them out in that space.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I actually just want to touch on that. I love the, it's so hard to do, but if you can get your leadership team to kind of go through the customer journey without them being able to wave a pass and say, I'm a high up person at this company, let me in. It is super, super powerful. One of the most powerful things I've seen was, and again, I previously at Microsoft machines take a while to boot up occasionally, or that you hit the, updates that you don't want. And this was right when Google was launching their Chromebooks that you just like out of the box, push the button and it goes. And we were with leadership and like someone just pulled both out on a table, like in a sealed box, push the button on both to turn them on. And I mean, the Google Chromebook was up and running within a matter of minutes, or I mean, maybe not even. And, the Windows machine did its thing where it's updating and doing, which again, it does that for the right reasons. But to see that, like, leadership had never experienced that in context because they work at Microsoft. They always are on Microsoft machines. They know what's happening behind the scenes and why it's doing that. But to see them have to experience that live and then to start to see them start to spin on like, how do we solve this? What does this mean for our customer journey was so, so powerful. And again, it's not related to the question, but I just love that the idea of getting leadership to go through the customer journey as a true customer and not as someone who can make magic happen by name dropping.
Right. That's a great point. Tara, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I was just going to build on it too, from the other perspective of going back to that human experience. I feel like I've delivered millions of PowerPoint decks that had great data and really solid results and, important information that no one will ever remember ever happened. But 15 years later, you could be in a San Diego grocery market with a mom with 3 kids, and I could hit that person up in the hallway at work and they would still remember that experience of, I can't believe that that's what she thought and she didn't realize, whatever it was. It's just so much more sticky, I think, when people experience it for themselves. And I don't want to lose that I think as we progress and become even more AI driven and technology oriented in the way we collect data, the one thing I don't want to have us lose is that human connection, because it's so much more sticky.
Interesting. Well, I think that's a good point. It reminds me of the show Undercover Boss. Did you guys ever seen that? We need to have a show like Undercover Researcher, and kind of here's an idea. Okay, we have ideas on this panel. I like it. Great. Well, I think I could keep talking to you all day, but let's get to some questions that people had here. Let me bring these up, and then I think there was a question specific. Bill, I'll start with you here. Let me find it. Okay, of course, I can't find it right now. Okay, to Bill. So this is to you around the cart experience at Amazon. I think you mentioned around hot dogs and then asking, hey, do you need buns? But you see it going to the next step of, hey, last time you bought hot dogs, you also bought chips and dip. But do you want to add that to your cart? Is that on the horizon? Is that how you're thinking about things? Or maybe kind of speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, and again, I don't know,
Sure.
again, what's been rolled out and what hasn't, but this is something that I think is in the works. Again, and this is based purely my own speculation based on how Amazon operates in their online channel. They are trying to customize, and constantly, I mean, they're A/B testing all the time. Anytime you open Amazon, you're getting an A/B test. So they're really trying to understand that buyer behavior and recommend things to make you put one more thing in the cart. Again, it's that the algorithm just spins constantly. It keeps getting better. It keeps improving. And I think once we can figure out a way to harness that in store, I think Amazon would love to make that experience more cohesive to the .com experience. So I think the translation the other way would be like online aisles. So hey, I'm shopping the cereal aisle, like rather than having to type in specifically, I want I want Cheerios, like I just kind of go down the cereal aisle and shop. So it's a little bit different. But I think what Amazon wants to do ultimately is have a super customized, super personalized algorithm that's recommending product, both from past purchases and also using the data it's collecting from people like you to give you some incentive to try something new.
Got it. No, that makes a lot of sense. I think that when you talk about experiences, really in-depth experience, like from the whole journey, I think that's really, really interesting. One question came up from Edward Hugh. Has Kellogg's ever considered using Airbnb for market research? Full transparency. He's the co-founder. Okay. But have you ever, I guess, what type of experimental sampling would provide a valid data for this group, and using Airbnb for market research? Have you ever thought about something like that?
I'm guessing it's just a different location in which to do the research. Yeah. Not Airbnb specifically, but I think for quite a long time, we have tried to do any sort of in-person research in a more natural, organic environment. So we've done all kinds of things where you meet in a game room, where you meet in a hotel, like where you would have a event or, you know, a wedding or whatever, and set up stations where we can get our internal people right face to face, like someone else was talking about, with the consumer rather than behind a mirror. So when you're at a small table with someone, or you're just sitting in a couple of lounge chairs and you're talking face to face, and they can ask you questions and you can ask them questions, it's much different than when you've got a moderator with a script and you're sort of at arm's length from them. So everything from, you know, one of my favorite and also most hated projects of all time was, we were talking to young people who were really active about their snack and energy needs. And we went out and did whatever they do with them: play soccer, run, swim, bike, whatever it was. I hate to run. That's why I hated it, because I was like, really? They're paying for me to do this, so I guess I have to do it. But it's just different when you get people in a more natural and casual environment. I don't think anyone just off the street super comfortable around a boardroom table with a giant mirror on the wall. So I'm totally supportive of the theory. It's just really, for us, what's the right situation that's going to get us closest to the moment of truth for consumers, and how do we find a way to replicate that in the most natural way possible?
Right. And Kyle, it sounds like you, you know, when you're at the NBA, you had some similar sort of experience where you wanted to try to replicate that as close as possible, or maybe even in your current role. Anything come to mind there outside of what we've already touched on?
You know, I think outside of, like, you know, putting ourselves in the customer's shoes, I can't think of anything specific. I know with Airbnb, I don't have specific examples of us using them for market research, but we did take a lot of their experience platform ideas and incorporate them into our teams as a kind of a virtual opportunity for us to engage with members during the pandemic. So a lot of those same types of experiences, we would tap into the assets of each of our teams with, you know, chefs on site, and the athletic trainers and coaching staff, and conduct, you know, really kind of targeted events. So, you know, really mimicked a lot of what Airbnb has done over this past year.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think the experiences that Airbnb creates is really, really interesting. And then a question for you, Kyle. There's an NBA fan here. So what fan base was the most interesting for market research? And it looks like they're a Lakers fans, so they said go Lakers. But was there any fan base that was a little more interesting than the others?
I mean, you know, the New York fan base is always, you know, always an interesting one. They're super passionate. Of course, the Lakers, you know, that fan base is extremely loyal, which is awesome for that organization. You know, the WNBA fan base is probably one of the most passionate league-wide that I've seen. You know, they know all the players, they know, you know, they've been there from the very beginning. They're probably one of the most knowledgeable league fan bases that I've seen, and that are really in it for the game and for the players. So yeah, it's a fun group for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Great. So there's another question from Blair Cronk. They ask, the more we look through the customer lens to make product improvements, the more that the customer will expect, especially when your competition is doing the same thing. But his question is, will there be continued innovation through UX design, et cetera, in the future, or will we get to a point where the customer is well served with wonderful design and then we can move on? So is UX design going to come to a point where, I'm kind of summarizing the question, is UX design going to come to a point where the customer's already well served enough and we can move on, or do you think there's still a need for UX design in the future? I guess whoever, Bill, Tara,
Yeah,
Claude.
again, not super well versed in this area, but my gut reaction is that as long as the external context continues to change around it, the needs will keep evolving and the UX will need to keep evolving to keep up with it. So again, if we were to stay static with everything else happening in the universe, I think UX could kind of end. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
I would build on that too. I think, within a very finite space, so within this particular food form and this particular format, yeah, you probably do have a point of diminishing return where you've made the experiences is incrementally improved as it's ever going to be, and you're going to kind of tap out potential. But I think at a more macro level, there's always going to be larger change going on. Our world is not slowing down. So who knows what the next iPhone or the next internet thing is going to be, but I can't anticipate a point in the future at which everything's so steady state that there's no upside for us to improve. It's just a matter of, we don't know what it is until we get there. I mean, I think 2 years ago, I would have told you that, I didn't know what the next big thing in research would be. And then COVID happened and we had to completely reinvent everything we were doing. So I really find it hard to believe that there'll be some point in the future where we all can just sit back and take extra vacation.
And
Right.
this is speaking from the food space perspective, but there's just so many new entrants, new players trying to fill these niche needs that, the large food manufacturers or large food retailers can't service all of that with the resources they have, or some of the opportunities. Again, the math and the research would show it's not a big enough opportunity to go after, but there's a small, dedicated, passionate team that's going after it and can take it big. And I think there's always going to be those small, new, agile players. I think there's going to be more and more of those as we move forward. And I think they're going to continue to push a lot of the really differentiated thinking. I think in being willing to try something new, having that passion for an idea that, again, the math may not work on the back end immediately, which for most large organizations is a deal breaker from the start. And then they'll continue to push.
Right. I think that makes a lot of sense as well. I'm just kind of looking through the questions here. Another one, I guess this is a little bit, kind of related to what are some of the things you want to leave behind in that regard, but any repetitive tasks that are mandatory, but you find exhausting that you have to do. Maybe we don't need to go through all of them here, but what are some of those things that, yeah, it's a pain, but we know we have to do it? Anything come to mind there?
No one wants to have to deal with, complaints or the problem solving piece. So we kind of, I think we think about the positives. We're let's just focus on making it a great experience and planning events and all of that. But I think ultimately the basics are super important with, if someone has a problem, how do we ensure that the process is seamless where they get it fixed immediately? And our phone systems allow for you to get to a live person immediately. How do we enhance our websites to, ensure that someone can get it solved, right on the spot. So I think those types of things, certainly the organizations that do it really well stand out. And I think more need to rise up in that space for sure.
Interesting. I know, Vivek, you had a question. Do you want to ask me?
Yeah, I do. Thank you so much, panelists. I have a question. We talk a lot about ethnographic research or qualitative data to kind of lead with qualitative conversations. Do you guys find it hard to sell that concept to stakeholders because everybody is data-driven, everybody is quantitative, by kind of want to be data-driven, quantitative? So you sell them on the idea actually we need to go hang out with some customers, to stakeholders. Can you kind of shed some light into how you sell them internally? I think the internal process around that.
I can definitely say yes. Amazon is very, very data driven. They have all of the data to use, and it's all documented. And we write doc after doc that has to have very specific, hard data to really move projects forward. And we're we are at now in the kind of evolution of this grocery project. Again, our stores opened 6 months ago, 4 months ago, so recently. We have brands that are entering the store, just recently new products. And the way we've had to sell this in is the data doesn't exist yet. Like that's been the only way I've been able to find it. Because I've been getting asked for things like brand trackers and brand perception measures. Again, this we have brands that have existed for 6 weeks, 8 weeks. I think our store awareness is something like less than 5% at this point because we're so new. So surveying people about something that has less than 5% awareness isn't going to get us anywhere unless we then like laser focus the survey into people who already know it. And again, you get some data issues there. So that's honestly been the way I've been able to sell this in is the data just truly doesn't exist. As we get more and more data, I think it's going to be harder and harder to sell this into this team.
And just to build on that, I think from my perspective, it's all about the triangulation of there's no one perfect data source. Mm-hmm. So the agile tools really enable us to be able to get open-ended or qualitative feedback super fast from consumers. Mm-hmm. So when you're building a survey, I think any researcher's anxiety is, am I putting the right attributes in there? Do I have the right list? Am I measuring the right things? And so the ability to go out and actually ask consumers, what are you thinking about or what's important to you, and make sure that there's nothing that you've missed on the table that you want to put into that list, just makes for a better survey and better quantitative data. And then I have never seen a quantitative study, no matter how expensive or thorough or technical, that at the end of the day didn't lead to more questions. It answers questions and then it opens more questions. And I think that's another great intersection where you could say, right, I know this doesn't really make sense. This seems to be saying one thing and this seems contradictory. How can that be? And that's an opportunity for us to say, let's go talk to people about it. Let's figure out what's going on there. What were they thinking? And what are they interpreting that we may be missing here that could help us fill out the story?
Got it. Thanks. And Kyle, do you find it easier or harder to sell quantitative or qualitative research? I'm just curious internally.
Yeah. It's probably harder, like the qualitative piece, because it's probably more time consuming and it takes more manpower, especially for the teams that are limited with people, and you have a lot of people doing multiple jobs at once. So I think that's probably the tougher one. So I think it's just about how you can sell what you want to get out of it and kind of show the end result and then work your way backwards. It's probably the best way that we could potentially do that within a team.
Got it. Thank you.
Great. I think that might be all of the questions we have. Let me double check here. All right. I think those are all the questions. So I think we can wrap this up. Kyle, Bill, Tara, thank you so much for joining us today. Super interesting conversation. And yeah, thanks again. So much appreciated.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Wow, so fun. Great job, Dan.
Yeah, thank you. They made it easy on me. So
for sure. Well, we've got a little time to spare. Let me check and see if our next panelists are on. If not, you know what I always have in the wings.
A live poll.
What? Okay, Dave and Ken. Well, you know what? After that great experience, why don't we do a live poll? I've got another one, and we give someone another chance to win. Let me share my screen. What are we doing now? An annual pass for masterclass.
Awesome.
So you guys, if you were here, oh no, not present. If you were here just before this panel started, we were teaching you all about live polls. So now we've changed the code. You can go to QuestionPro.io and use the code 4538. And let's see who's joining. Please make sure to use your full name so that you can win an annual year-long pass for a masterclass subscription. Awesome. You can learn from Dave Ramsey and That was the one that I liked the most. There's, you know,
There's
make
like Bob Iger's on there. Sarah
Bob
Bailey.
Iger. Yeah. I know Sanja, our president of workforce, loves masterclass.
Oh, she just said that, yeah.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. You guys
and
planned that, I know. Right.
So, you know, guys, this is the time. Let's see how many people have jumped on. So go to QuestionPro.io on your phone. You will have 15 seconds to answer a question. The questions will be on the shared screen. Your answers will be on the phone. And the faster you answer, the more likely you have of a winning.
Yeah, I think like we saw in the last one, you didn't need to get all of them right. You just needed to get some of them right, but be the fastest to respond. So speed
Right.
definitely matters.
We are so excited you guys are here. Thank you for joining us at QuestionPro North America Spring XDay. Those last two conversations we had with our CEO, Vivek, that was just a great way to level set for where QuestionPro is going over this next year. And then thank you so much to our panelists who were just on here chatting about the future of insights. They have cakes in the mail that should be arriving today as a thank you.
Oh man, all right.
I should have said you. I'm sorry. Okay, guys, ready? Let's get started. I hope you're online. Here we go. Dan, this was your question. You can read it.
On Van Westendorf chart, which of the following price plots moves downward from the left to right? This is tough. In full transparency, these questions are from John Oppenheimer. He made these questions.
Woo, sorry, I called you. Yay, John Oppenheimer. Woo, Joshua Sudbury coming in first with that timing. Great job. Look at all those people.
Awesome.
Here we go. Tawanda, you can do it. Next question. According to Apollo astronauts, the moon smells like.
This is interesting.
You gotta get the fun ones in there. It can't be all serious.
I know that,
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Gunpowder. Ooh, good job, people. Josh holding on to the lead. You got this. Oh, Cassidy coming up from 3 Strands. I see you. Here we go. On to the next.
What is the loudest animal on Earth? Oh, wow. I think it's something you're not thinking here.
Humans. It's humans.
Yeah.
Oh, Tim says my pet pig, Kevin. Here we go. It's a blue whale.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
And if you were here at XDay last year, one of our questions was how far away can you hear a blue whale's heartbeat? And it's 2 miles.
I did not remember that.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is you, Dan. This is long.
What graphical representation question in which you show an image with predefined sections or areas and respondents select which predefined areas they like or dislike?
Here we go. Is it hotspot? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Woo, Dave coming in strong. Josh, you've got to come back. You can do it. Perfect. Here we go, guys. How many hearts does an octopus have? Do you know, Dan?
I don't know. I should know. I just watched that documentary on this.
Oh, the octopus teacher.
Yeah.
Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2. I went too fast. 1, 3. You're right. Great job, guys.
Joshua, all right. Raphael, you can still do it.
I know. Dave, you're going to have to stop answering. You can't win. You work here.
12 questions that ask respondents' level of agreement, interest, satisfaction, or likelihood to purchase are examples of what type of response list?
Woo, man, these are serious research questions.
J3, John Oppenheimer's not playing around here. Rating scale.
Great job, Peyton Woods and Josh coming in second and third. We got this. Cassidy, you're so close. You can do it. Tara, I see you. She's like, oh, I got into this. I know these. Here we go. What country's national animal is a unicorn? This was also on live polls last year, and I keep it in there because it's my favorite. There's also an Easter egg with the answer that I'll tell you about in a second. You ready, Dan?
Yeah, I remember this one. Scotland.
Scotland, and I'm wearing a unicorn necklace.
Oh, look at that.
Brittany Arner coming out of nowhere.
Wow, she knew that one right off.
Woo, great job.
The speed points.
Okay.
Which of the following is not an example of a graphical rating question? It's not an example.
Great question. Sneaking
Yeah.
it in there. We got 2 more questions after this. Make sure you're going fast, you guys. Rank order. Woohoo. Here we go. What color is the black box on an airplane? Is this a trick question? Isn't it?
I don't know.
Dan's like, oh no, I don't know.
Now I'm thinking.
Have you watched Lost? I think they talk about it on there.
Yeah, I think they do.
Orange, great job. Woo, here we go. Keep on going. Last question, everybody. Applying weights to your sample requires, I don't know, Dan, you'll have to tell me.
This is a good question. I mean,
I know, the answer's coming a little slower when they have to read them all. Okay, here we go.
E3 is not messing around here. Yep. Making sure the weight adds up to 100 is what that is.
Woohoo! Great job. Steve Livingston, I see you popping it up here.
Wow, nice.
Gerardo, so exciting. Please message the panelist with your email address so we can get you a masterclass annual pass. You know, we may give out a few for everyone who did such a great job and, you know, really fought their way to the top. We are so excited that you guys are here. I took a screenshot to team just so everybody knows I know who won. I hope you heard that. Well, let me check and make sure all of our Daves are here. They are. And Ken, you're here. Woo! Hi, Ken. Let me find the Daves. Dave. Oh, and then what? Dave Fish, where'd you go? There we go. Hi, guys.
Hey, hello.
I'm so excited to have you guys here to chat about what researchers can learn from the AutoX experience. It's going to be fun. Ken, you're muted.
I was on double mute just to make it work.
Oh, sorry. Wow, guys, so excited you're here. I just want to say thank you for joining us, Dave, for being our guest of honor. Dave Fish, sorry, 2 Daves, for being our guest of honor on this QuestionPro panel. And so we are just so grateful. I'm going to jump out. Ken?
Thank you, Crystal.
Oh, sorry.
And I don't think I'm muted this time either.
Your video disappeared. You scared me. I'm going to jump out and let you guys take over. You have about 30 minutes or 40 minutes, and then we're going to do a Q&A that that Ken will host, and then we'll do some more surprises.
Terrific. And I'm going to share my screen here. A little bit of information to share. I first want to introduce my panelists here, Dave. And Dave, I think everyone, I don't need to introduce myself. I work for QuestionPro. How about that? And I spend a lot of time in CX. So let's start with Dave G. We'll start there and give yourself a brief 1-minute introduction.
Okay, my name is Dave Girolamo. I've spent the last 23 years in the automotive industry, though I started in human resources. Born and raised in Detroit, still making my home nearby, so all things automotive are in my blood. My first experience was in automotive was with Ford Motor Company as a quality analyst and assembly plant engineering team. Mostly working with warranty and survey data as well as coordinating plant process. I moved along inside the plant to the vehicle evaluation, leading internal quality measurement systems and feedback. I then moved along to Mazda, where my responsibility again was quality feedback and concern prioritization for all vehicles sold in North America market, or United States mostly, it was during that time that I designed, from a user's perspective, a product quality survey that quickly became our best information source from the customer. It was better because we used better questions and built processes around the usage of data. I was the very first customer of the company that turned into Impresis, which is now Impresis by QuestionPro. They did all the programming, platform work, and processed the email invitations and survey. So it was a complete team effort in information evolution that led to significant quality improvement. After about 9 years ago, I left Mazda for Impresis by QuestionPro, where most of my work now is in predictive analytics and is consultative in nature, working mostly with data obtained by survey. That's about it.
Thank you, Dave, and we're glad you left Mazda for Impresis, because now you're part of the QuestionPro family. And our guest of the hour, Dave Fish, we're welcoming him. And before he introduces himself, I do want to say that at the end of this, we are giving away copies of his new book. So stick around and we'll tell you how that will work. Dave?
Hey, Ken, good to see you. It's been a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, just briefly, I've been in automotive for, I don't know, 25 years or so. Started in banking, moved over to automotive at Toyota Motor North America. And then I kind of kicked around. I was the CMO at Merritt's, now in Moment. I was at JD Power for a while. Worked at a shopper marketing firm here in Bentonville, Arkansas for a little company called Walmart. And then about 4 years ago, I started up Curiosity. So we're a research and insights firm. We do a lot of custom research. And our kind of thing is we try to not just provide insights on problems, but also try to provide solutions for those problems as well. So we have a team of creatives and designers that helps out solving problems. So great to be here today and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Dave. First, I'll get this out of the way. If you have any questions while we're presenting, please don't hesitate to ask them. I'll be monitoring the questions and passing them over to Dave and Dave, but we'll go ahead and get with our thought starter. I actually ran a poll this morning, ran it out there using our instant answers. Tim Cornelius has put this together, and it's terrific in how it works and the functionality. I take it out on Slack, and I left out cable companies because they always seem to top the list. But I'll start with, I threw in car dealerships, banks, hotels, restaurants, and, other general retailers. Which industry has the worst service? So just quickly to you two gentlemen, what do you think tops the list?
I don't want to say automotive, but since that's the subject here, I'll say that.
Yeah, man, you took out cable. They're always bottom of the pack. So it could be, man, I would say if it's not cable, maybe cell phone provider would be maybe up there, I would think.
The one that surprised me that didn't make it up there was banks was at the bottom of my 5 list, which surprised me a little bit. I mean, it's not the most compelling case for customer experience when you go into a bank, because chances are you're either doing something you have to do because you have to pay bills, or something went wrong. So next, hotels, restaurants, and believe it or not, Dave, you were right.
Oh.
Car dealerships made the top of all things.
Wow.
Yeah, 156 people. Surprise you at all?
It's
Not really.
it's a high anxiety experience that happens once every 3 to 7 years for many people. So I understand why it's there, but I think Crystal had a few good suggestions: airlines and mortgage companies. But I can understand why it's there. I didn't really expect it to be at the top.
Yeah, Yeah, I was a little surprised with that, especially because we've been doing some research, and Dave and I talked about this a couple of weeks ago on a webinar. You know, CX scores at dealerships are going up. So, you know, we sort of recognize, you know, that with CX scores going up, you know, why is it we have that contradictory message of, hey, scores are going up, but it's still one of the most hated experiences from a personal level. So, you know, really what we want to talk about today is the bigger question of how this situation evolves future expectations. And, you know, sort of what people do following that bad experience. And, you know, it's not, you know, nothing on this chart is surprising. We only let them pick one thing, but, you know, notifying management before leaving, it's probably one of those areas where in the car dealership experience, you really don't get that opportunity to notify management because you're talking to them as part of the experience. So, you know, what happens is ultimately is they stop buying, they stop doing business with them. And what we're really seeing is we need to see the change in the dealership experience, you know, on a more permanent level. And I think that's, you know, that goes along two lines when we talk about the customer experience. There is the service side of it, and then there's the product side of it. And you can't, you know, they're two very distinct issues run separately by separate teams. And obviously the bigger part of that in terms of, you know, the product, you're investing thousands upon thousands of dollars. And as Dave said, there's, you know, you only go through this experience once every few years at the earliest, unless, you know, you're Jay Leno and have thousands of cars. You know, when we looked at the consumer spending on automotive, obviously 50% were impacted due to the pandemic negatively. You know, with a delay, I'd love to meet the 10% who accelerated automotive purchases. But again, the perceptions have continued to go down despite scores going up. So, you know, perceptions are not improving. So Dave G, why don't you tell me what your thoughts are on why scores are improving despite all the negative public opinion of this?
Okay, yeah, easy one, right? Well, I mean,
I don't know
first,
if you're on mute, but I can't hear you.
can you hear me now? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave.
Okay, all right, I'll keep talking then. So, you know, first of all, there have obviously been differences in contact guidelines and protocols due to the pandemic, but overall process is largely the same as the automotive space loves process. So major influences to customer perception scores are timely service, price, and quality of service. So the reduced or better managed traffic has positively impacted at least two of those things. So, and before I continue, every survey is about perception, and I can't stress that enough. So let's imagine that customers are from one of two camps during this last, you know, year or 14 months. The first are those who are not concerned of COVID and intend to live their normal lives with little change. So to that faction of people, the reduced traffic has meant shorter wait times to see a service advisor, less time lost for their vehicles awaiting a repair stall or a service stall, and quicker time to pay for and retrieve the vehicle. So then the second group are those that have been very careful with COVID mitigation. So the most important part of their experience is a low contact event. So many dealerships started retrieving customer vehicles from their homes or wherever they were, though premium brands had already been doing that. And even if the customer drove in themselves, the relief of quick service with little contact left them happy. So it's been a win for, you know, both sides of that equation, which reflect positively on the dealership and the OEM. So Now with that, keep in mind that a significant change also comes with a change in expectation. So the goalposts will be moved in the future based on what has happened recently, sometimes positively and sometimes negatively. So it's always important to stay on the pulse of the customer. So we're definitely looking at a chip shortage now, which affects many, many automakers. And there's also some anxiety about tanker truck driver shortages influencing already rising fuel prices. And those are just two examples. Um, Even as restrictions being relaxed are being relaxed in the pandemic mitigation. So even as the industry adapts to fit needs, perhaps the simple concept of product availability becomes the number one influencer in 2021 to satisfaction. And that is my major point, that it's always about overall satisfaction, recommendation, and the desire to return that customer for repeat service or sales. So sometimes we're too lost in the details that we forget that that is the ultimate goal, whether or not in industry or OEM scoring methods or KPIs reflect it.
And Dave Fish, I had a comment that came in through the chat that says, doesn't surprise me how we buy cars is broken. And that's the exact comment you made to me, I think either yesterday or Sunday. So what are your thoughts on how the perceptions are changing?
Yeah, I mean, I had a friend of mine say, I can go in and buy a new watch for a couple $1,000s and get better treatment than if I buy a new car and more follow-up. And I think there's something to be said for that. I think when we talk about customer experience in the automotive industry, you have to kind of be careful what you're talking about, because at the retail level, things may be increasing. With your experience with the product, that might be going in a different direction. And so there's different facets of customer experience. Obviously, there's a holistic experience that people have with a brand, right? But I think that varies by what you're talking about. As far as the retail experience is concerned, if measures are going a bit up, there might be a couple things going on. The first comes to mind is volume. So COVID has slowed down automotive sales, not so much because of customer demand. Actually, we've seen some increases in demand. It's supply chain, right? So there's not enough availability. And then some of the chip shortage, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And so we know when there's lower volume in dealers, there's more people floating around with less to do. And so you get, you get quicker service, you get through F&I, you get out the door quicker. So that might be some of the reason that's going on there. But I think overall, if you look to the future of how people want to buy cars, it's been kind of propped up by pretty powerful lobbying groups and interests. Most car dealers, great business people, but they're multimillionaires and they want to hold on to what they have. And so most people want to buy a car the way that you would buy a TV or a computer or anything that's fairly expensive. First of all, they want what they want. Second of all, they usually know more than what the poorly paid salesperson in the dealership knows about the vehicle, and vehicles are getting more and more complicated. Three, they're willing to wait for it. So there's no need to have thousands of vehicles on the lot because same day drive-offs they exist, but unless by and large, people are willing to wait for what they want. And so I think, honestly, I know Tesla, everyone loves to talk about Tesla and how awesome they are, and they have their problems, there's no doubt. But as far as retailing is concerned and the future of automotive retailing, I think that's where we're going to see it heading. It's going to be more of an experience center. There's going to be a sales center. And maybe we're going to get into this later, but there's a lot of other influences in automotive that's going to really, really impact automotive retailing dramatically in the upcoming 10 years or so.
When I think of the experience, I hadn't planned on buying a vehicle, but when you move over an ocean, and then it turns out during a pandemic, I had my first experience of purchasing a vehicle with only having seen one vehicle. You know, usually that old mentality of going to the lot and you know, looking at different cars, the colors, the trims, the models, and that was all out the door. I had to land, and because I was on a 14-day quarantine, I got to shop from home online, look at all the pictures, never stepped foot onto a lot. Had the car delivered to me so I could do a test drive. Only could drive it around the block because I was restricted from, I wasn't supposed to leave the home. So I did all that and never set foot on the lot. And we just bought a second car this year for my son who's turning driving age. And it was the same exact experience. And I will say this, I never want to go back to the old way. I never want to go back to the lot. So, you know, what things in the pandemic have you seen change that, you know, are here to stay? I mean, I know I've seen things like Carvana where, I mean, you pretty much do the entire transaction without ever going to a dealership. They do everything online. So what's going to stick around?
Well, so I think I'll start by saying, first, the auto industry has historically moved slowly and is resistant to change. So I don't think anything's going to change quickly. There will always be a want for dealerships on the dealership side to continue with their proven process and sales and service techniques, and to a certain extent, the OEMs will support that. They like that. They like that process-driven style. But I think what will change forever is for there to be a path of catering to the customer who absolutely doesn't want to be there. Both of you just mentioned that. It's for many, it's a very stressful and uncomfortable situation, which they want to avoid. So that customer who will choose a vehicle online, feeling comfortable to have it delivered sight unseen after passing all electronic paperwork. Many dealers are likely to continue to retrieve and drop off vehicles, just like many of the premium brands do. And that might be a good thing for dealerships as well, who maybe want to reduce their floor space to save on expensive real estate. But you know, the most difficult of challenges, like we've had in the past year plus, often force quicker and closer to optimal solutions. So this is a case where I think the challenge that the world has quickened the pace for the path for, you know, dealing with those potential customers who aren't agreeable to the decades-old processes. So, you know, perhaps that space that Carvana had carved out for themselves isn't just their own anymore. You know, but I think, you know, OEM dealerships will get closer to that. There's probably a likelihood that there's more of a virtual car buying experience, maybe 360 views of inside and outside the products, product features, and certainly on the customer education aspect. As Dave Fish just said, you know, vehicles are very complex now. So to expect a salesperson to know the ins and outs of 20 vehicles and all of its features is probably not the best model. So online customer education is going to be up there. So I think those are the way where it's going to change somewhat permanently. It just might still be slow.
Well, and that sort of leads into the next part. You talked about the features and some of those things. That second part is, you know, the technology that's being rolled out, whereas that first part really is highly influenced by the local dealers who, you know, as most people know, they're run independently of the OEMs. They work well together in some cases, but also the OEMs really are the ones responsible for, you know, the product that gets rolled out. And, you know, the product almost is a service in a lot of ways, because, you know, it's not just something that, you know, it's not a food that you buy, you eat, consume, and it's done. It's something that you're going to use over the next 3, 5, 7 years on a continuous basis. And I have had the experience of driving a car for 5 years, and as I'm trading in, they say, "Oh, did you know this little button does this?" I'm like, "Well, gee, that would have been nice to know day one." But, you know, when we look at, you know, the technology side of things, and, you know, the innovations that are happening, you know, 2 quick instant answers questions that we sent out there. You know, we previously, Dave G and I had talked about technology, the AI controlled vehicles, 40%. Now, I had a recent experience. I had a loaner car that had that auto driving. I hated it. It just felt like, I guess my control freak inside of me just took over. And I didn't even want to touch it. Every time I used it, I felt like the car would slow down at weird times, and I had to do all sorts of things to make it work. So, but, you know, people are not quite comfortable with the AI vehicle. And then, you know, the other part is that are the customers buying on the big innovations? You know, before I was fielding this question about your next EV purchase, and, you know, the fact that, you know, we still have, you know, quite a few that are, you know, 45% that are just not on board with it, and another 40% that are iffy about it. I was doing a little research, and do either of you know when the first EV vehicle was invented?
I think it was in the 1800s, actually, or late 1800s. It was like, there's a company called Detroit Electric that I think produced a couple thousand of them, I think in the late 1800s. I'm going to go with 1904.
Dave G, you got a guess on that one?
I'll play the Price is Right strategy and say 1905.
Dave Fish won that one. Actually, the first electric vehicle was developed. It took 20 years to develop, between 1820 and 1840. It was demonstrated in 1841, and it could go a whopping 1.5 miles, or go at 1.5 miles at 4 miles per hour, towing 6 tons. And then you had to replace the entire battery set. Believe it or not, and this is sort of some of the things I see today, it was seen as such a big threat to the trains, they bought the patent and squashed it.
Sounds about right.
You know, what are the big innovations that we should be seeing in automotive? Where are they, you know, where are they falling behind? I mean, we mentioned Tesla before, and, you know, they really pushed the innovation envelope on things, and we're seeing more and more of those car companies come out where they're pushing the envelope. Where are the big changes going to happen in the future? Dave Fish, I'll start with you.
Yeah, so I mean, in automotive, we talk about CASE, or ACES, and it's an acronym for Connected, Autonomous, Shared, and EV. And so those are the big 4 forces that are going to transform the automotive industry. So, you know, are customers buying big innovations? I do wonder, if you put the slide up in 1985 and you asked about online banking, you'd probably have a similar answer. And now most people do their banking on this, right? And so I think there are definitely, I think the industries are moving a bit faster than what some people are comfortable with. But I do think things will kind of move along. If you look at Europe, for example, most of them are planning to go completely EV. There's some Norwegian companies that are almost 100% EV now from a new car sales standpoint. So it's coming. It's just a matter of when. And so the other thing to think about too with new technologies is this conversation around car ownership. So, you know, most people on this call probably don't own their house. They make a mortgage on it, right? But they're making payments much in the same way as you might make a payment on the car. But do you really even need to own a car, right? And so most of the dealer people I've talked to are like, oh, absolutely, everyone will always want to own a car. Maybe, not always though. You might always have one car, but maybe not. You don't need 2. And so technologies like ride hailing, ride sharing, peer-to-peer, those are also up and coming. They took a bit of a hit because of COVID, right? So some skeeviness coming across because of the concerns around hygiene and so forth. But the whole premise of Lyft and Uber is autonomous driving, right? So they can get rid of all those drivers and make a lot of money. So it hasn't panned out quite yet, but they're getting there. And I think micromobility is the other thing, and looking at mobility, not just as new car sales, but as integrated into the context of urban planning. And so Toyota's like Woven City, for example, is looking at how does a city work in terms of mobility, and not just cars, but micromobility, and what's the optimum. So the question is really not how fast do I drive to someplace necessarily, but what's the optimum mix of mobility solutions do I need to get there? So there's really a lot of stuff going on, and it's quite exciting. It isn't in many ways what it was at the turn of the century when we were debating what standard of electricity to use. I think that's what's going on now. And we got three key players. We got OEMs who are kind of hemming and hawing. Some are stepping to it, some aren't. We have sort of legitimate players like a Tesla, maybe even a Rivian. And then we have a lot of vaporware out there. People who are just kind of sketching something out and taking orders, and who knows if they'll ever come to fruition or not. So like I said, exciting time. There's a lot going on.
And I mentioned that story about, you know, how it can evolve quickly. I have a former client of mine at Microsoft was telling me the story about her Nissan Leaf. She bought it when it just came out. She was so excited, you know, riveted. You know, it was a great story to hear. You know, hear her talking about it, and it was like, hey, that was great. And a few weeks later, I see her again. I said, so how's the car going? You know, there's not a lot of charging stations at the time, but she was only going back and forth to work, and she says, sheepishly, I had to trade it in. And I said, wait, what happened? And she goes, it wouldn't make it up the hill to my driveway. And I'm like, oh, that's the downside of living in Seattle. I guess the car won't make it up the hill so easily. But, you know, lots changed since then. I mean, I see them here. So Dave, what do you see changing?
Well, I agree with everything that Dave Fish just said. I think that, you know, it is an exciting time in automotive. So I'll add a couple things maybe. One is that, you know, I think we'll see automobiles and the automotive space perhaps get a little more into moving product and not just people. You know, during this pandemic, there, you know, obviously a lot more people took deliveries. There were restrictions on getting out into public, and I think that, you know, the light bulb was, you know, the opportunity arose that maybe, like Dave said, maybe I don't need to have a vehicle. If all the products that I need or product supplies come to me, then why do I need a second vehicle or maybe even a first? So, you know, maybe the movement of products, and, you know, Dave also mentioned Rivian, who I think is building a lot of delivery vehicles for Amazon right now. You know, maybe that's the big opportunity in the automotive space, and perhaps alleviate some of the traffic that some of us don't like to be involved in anyway. The electrical vehicle part of the equation, I think, is a little bit easier to answer, and that is every manufacturer, or almost every manufacturer, has plans to significantly add electrification to their product mix. In some applications, it might not yet be, you know, the most efficient. We do still live in a large space that is mostly rural, at least in the United States here. So, you know, there still has to be some, you know, trucks and vehicles to do that kind of work. But, you know, the other opportunity here that I think the OEM see is that, you know, there's a lot of attention on infrastructure right now, and perhaps the government's willingness to take on some of that investment. So it's no surprise that we hear from the OEMs about, you know, more of their plans about infrastructure themselves and automobile electrification, whether they be real or awaiting to see what might happen. So yeah, I agree with Dave. Yep.
So I take it you think that we'll have more electrical charging stations before the trains make a resurgence into the country?
Well, that's a good question, because in both cases those applications take are for short travel or maybe mid-range travel. So I think there is a place for trains, there is a place for automobiles, and I don't think we're yet going to have a cross-country mode of transportation outside of airplanes, at least not soon.
Yeah, and similarly, now that I live on an island, an electric car is an easy answer for me. When I lived in Colorado, and 4 hours was a destination for me, the electric car didn't make a lot of sense because I'd have to drive halfway, recharge, and then drive the rest of the way. So we got a good question in. Given and it surrounds some of what you said. Lisa asked, given people are working from home more, and Amazon will deliver anything you need to your house. I won't say anything. I found some things they won't deliver to our house, but people are reducing to just one car. And I was in the same place for quite some time until my son got his license. We still have one car among the two adults, at least. Is this a concern for the automotive industry or about people dropping down to one car per family rather than each person having one? Do they feel this will affect their bottom line? And I'll start with, I would say in the next 6 months, they're probably not too concerned because of the chip shortage, but what are your thoughts on that? Dave Fish? You're on mute.
Yeah, so yeah, I would say freaked out probably isn't too strong of a word for OEMs. I mean, they, there is I think in terms of who should be probably the most concerned is dealerships, because of all the things we just talked about. And you start thinking about EVs and how dealers make money, right? So they make a lot of money on maintenance. EVs don't require a whole lot of maintenance. They need tires. That's about it. And you put on top of that, the dealerships are over networked. We have 16,708 dealerships in the United States for something you buy once every 3 to 5 years. Now, put that in the context. There's 4,700 Walmarts in the United States. So clearly we have too many dealers. So you have that capacity there. What do you do with that? The other thing is, if people are also, EVs last longer, right? So, the story you talked about where they bought the patent, that was probably a good idea. It didn't really suppress innovation, but it preserved trains for a little while longer. And so, from the OEM standpoint, they need to now figure out, okay, the revenue stream on new vehicles is going to decline. So where else can we make money? That's the big question, is where else can we make money? That's the first thing, is recurring revenue through ride share, through different innovations. The second thing to think about is the role of the OEM. So right now, whether you're buying a Chevy or a Toyota or a Tesla, that's the brand you're buying, right? That's important. Now think about the last time you took a plane ride. Do you really care if you got into an Airbus versus, a Boeing or anything else? Like, did you really care about the manufacturer of the airplane? No, you flew with Delta or American Airlines. And so that's the other situation, is if OEMs just are relegated as hardware producers for these robot taxis, like, you really care about the brand that you're going to buy. So those are some of the things that I think all the OEMs are struggling with across the world. And you've seen some of this in the form of partnerships, massive partnerships going on, consolidation amongst OEMs. So it's a time of turmoil where we'll see who comes out and innovates and reinvents themselves moving forward.
And I'll be telling you how you can get Dave's new book in just a moment here, but I like whoa the future. I always think of that Doritos commercial. The guy goes in the box and the kid's kicking it and flashing lights and he walks out. Whoa, the future. An area close to my heart and I know close to both your hearts is the automotive CX research and what it looks like in the future. I've seen where we take and run studies the same way that we ran them 25 years ago when I first entered the business. You do a post-transactional, you do a vehicle quality every few months afterwards. How is automotive market research going to change as a result of all this?
I could venture an opinion.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of customer experience work is focused on post hoc, sort of after the fact. You bought a car, you got an oil change, and so forth. That's good. That gets to compliance issues. That gets to what's good and bad. But that's not enough. Probably we need to know more than I waited too long for F&I, or the part there's trash in the parking lot, or the sales guy was rude, right? That's not enough. What we need to do is understand where are those pockets, those white spaces where we can innovate and develop new products. And we can't ask customers that. We have to look at where are those annoying things that affect millions of people every day and come up with solutions. And so I think the future of CX is building on that, is looking at where are those unmet needs, whether they're latent or manifest, and working with designers and creatives to come up with concepts, and then going out and testing those concepts and seeing what works. So sort of this, agile is the faddish word to say, but this sort of agile approach to customer experience where we're creating new concepts, testing them either through research or through live testing with people, and doing a little bit of experimenting and continuing to sort of experiment, improve, and deploy new products and concepts. So we're not just worrying about, like those hygiene factors, but we're also pursuing the what's next and what's the innovation. I think that's really what's going to make the difference between folks who pull ahead and folks who are just fast followers or compliance oriented and just tapping on problems. If you're just fixing problems and you're just striving to be frictionless, you're going to be really boring and forgettable. So I think the whole frictionless thing is admirable. People don't want to be hassled, but that's not enough. So anyway, that's my 2 bits on that.
Dave G, we do a lot of vehicle quality work, obviously, and it sort of goes hand in hand with what Dave Fish was saying, in that, it's those annoyances that come up, and sometimes they can't pinpoint the solution, but they can pinpoint the problem. So tell us a little bit about what that looks like.
Well, I think the overarching idea here is that there needs to be a focus on asking the questions that are truly important to customers and using that information to its fullest. The industry is stuck on asking the same, 200 or 300 questions they've always asked, and in excruciating detail about, on the service side, amenities at the dealership. And so there tends to be this usage issue, thinking that the question and the resulting data are independent of outside influences, when the answers are almost always a reflection of the bigger picture. So, on the quality side, take an issue like, fuel economy is worse than expected, as an example. I mean, in reality, the concern rates that come out of that are more closely aligned with the cost of fuel, EPA stickers, and driving habits than the performance of the actual vehicle. And all of those things are outside the control of the manufacturer. But in the automotive space, they process so much that they try to solve it the same way as, an actual defect on a vehicle. So, then the manufacturer uses that data to assess a team's or a worker's individual performance. But what needs to take center stage is asking the important question, or understanding why the data results say what they say, or not asking the question at all when there are outside influences that could be explored anyway. So I think another example is the, any question or data that involves cost is always dependent upon, most importantly, the respondent's own financial situation. And there's no amount of questions that can get down to the detail of why they think the X costs so much. And in aggregate, the economy as a whole. So every cost involves all those other things. So a really good data analyst, rather than making a blanket statement or making, I guess, rationalizations or excuses, explores the possibility of all those outside influences instead. But I'll give another example more towards the dealer and sales side. I think a vehicle purchase should be more of a matchmaking event. I've seen a lot of data over the years about respondents not understanding the vehicle that they actually purchased, didn't see that the features didn't fit their needs or their lifestyle, or was negatively surprised at the capability or incapability of a certain vehicle for whatever they wanted to do. Maybe, tow a travel trailer, an RV. Salespeople at dealerships should be in the business of selling the best fitting vehicle for the individual, not just the one with the highest kickback for themselves or the dealership. And the OEMs should understand that understand the ways that they inadvertently play into that role as well. So, and that's the kind of pressure that needs to be taken away from that negative anxiety. So, I think a simple example in my experience, when I'm in front of a salesperson with the stated intent of purchasing a sedan, but they attempt to push me into something else, or they see a credit score and try to, upgrade me or some kind, into another vehicle. That's simply not the way to go. When my two in-laws and my mother can't climb into a large SUV, it's simply a vehicle that I don't need or want at the, right now. So, I don't think that's a rare occurrence for myself nor others. So those are my two examples.
And I'm going to disagree with you both. I think the future of all research is within Dave Fish's field guide to customer experience research.
Right here, yeah.
And as promised, as we're rolling up, I think I answered all the questions that came in on the Q&A side of it. As promised, we're giving it away. If you want a copy of Dave's book, just go to this website. I'm also going to put it in the chat here right now. Go to this website, just fill out the information, and we will send you a copy of Dave's book just for joining us. And so I'll help you do that. And Dave, any last thoughts on the book that you want to throw out there?
No, yeah, thanks for letting me plug it. Yeah, no, so kind of wrote this book with the idea that I got a lot of questions about folks who were either starting a CX program or had their overhaul an existing one. And I really felt there wasn't any just sort of recipe book that you can go out and refer to and say, okay, well, like, here's how you do it from start to end, And so over the years, I've done presentations and written stuff down. So I figured, for to save my own labor, I would just write a book and then I could just refer to that. So that's what I've been doing. So yeah, so it's based about 25 years of experience launching multiple large scale customer experience programs for global 50 companies. So thanks so much for letting me be here today to talk with y'all. And yeah, thanks for letting me plug my book a bit too.
Yeah. And our time is up, and Crystal ended right on time. Dave, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave. We appreciate you. Dave Fish, actually need your address so I can send you your speaker gift.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I will shoot you an email afterwards. Oh, Dan, you're here. Great.
Yep.
Well, we're going to bring in someone new. Ken, do you want to stop sharing your screen? Perfect. Does Ken look frozen to you?
I think so.
Okay, awesome, guys. Thank you so much for teaching us about all things AutoX related. I just bought a new car in November, and I did find something worse than that, though: mattress shopping.
Yeah, you found that easy. We helped you out.
But now we are going to bring in our good friend Tim Cornelius. There you are.
Hey, Crystal. Hey, Dan.
Yeah, welcome.
Thanks.
I've been hearing so much about instant answers today, Tim, so you got to tell us a little bit about it.
Sure, absolutely. So Instant Answers is a environment where you can author your survey within Slack. It then fields to a general population audience of your selected geo. Today, we're actually going to run some live ones. So if you have any questions, put them in the chat. Hey, Laura. Good to see your name in here.
Perfect. So what we're going to do now is something we haven't done. It's not a live poll. It's just a regular survey. So we're mixing it up a little bit. But the winner of this will get 2 national park passes for our national park system here in the United States. And so I'm really excited for you guys to get out there and get some real live experiences. So we're going to be dropping some links into the chat because this is a little bit of a betting situation.
Yeah, this is fun. This is fun. Tim, want to share how this works a little bit?
Sure, absolutely. So I'm sharing my screen here. All you have to do is /question, put in a single choice question, and then pick your prompt. So Dan, do you have a question?
I do have, well, I have a question for the giveaway. Can we use that one? Or do you want a different question?
Ooh, let's see. And either work.
All right, let's do the question for the giveaway. So
Yeah.
what we're going to be doing is Tim will ask a question here, and the question will be around what do you most frequently do online? And so we'll ask this to Gen Pop in the US, and then we'll put a link in the chat, and we want you to guess which one you think will win and the percentage, and then that winner will win one of the national park passes, right, Crystal?
Yep. Well, the winner wins 2 national because you can't go to a park by yourself. You need a buddy.
Oh, okay, all right. If you want to give one to me, I'll be more than happy to take it, but that's okay. So this is what we'll do is Tim will ask this question, it'll go out and we'll get the results back here in Slack. So then after the session with Sanja coming up, we'll come back, we'll see which one was the winner. Go in the chat and find the link that will be posted here momentarily, and then fill that out, see which one you think is gonna win. And again, those answer choices you'll see there, right there. So what do you do most frequently online? So do they buy new products, read the news, do YouTube, music, podcasts, use social media? So we want you to go to the link, the survey there, select which one that you think will win and the percentage, and then you'll win 2 national park passes. So we'll come back after the session and see which one won.
Yeah, this is good. It's kind of, you could get, I mean, how many people did you pick, Tim?
300.
300 people, and Jen popped in less than an hour. That sounds great to me. And all you got to do is fill it out, our little survey, so that we can see who made the best. I'm not going to say guess. I'm going to say approximation. You're all smart researchers. You might even know this.
Yeah, they don't even know this actually. Like, they go back to their knowledge banks and,
right? They're going to run their own survey at the same time. Be like, wait, I got to find out.
Well, you got to get the percentage, and this will be as of today. So.
Yep.
Awesome. But we'll come back to this. I think we need to get on to the next.
I know we're going to leave that survey open until the end of the next session.
Okay. Perfect.
Through Sanja and Andrea's session. And so thanks so much for joining us, Tim.
Absolutely. See you guys in a little bit.
See you in a little bit, 1 hour. Okay, and now we're gonna bring up Andrea and Sanja, two PhDs joining us today to talk about worker burnout. Well, that was very excited for such a it was a little woo girly. Sanja, where are you at?
I'm here. I don't know why I'm on your screen.
I know, is your video on?
It's not, but I can't turn it on. You have
I'll
to.
get it. I was trying to keep things so people's cameras just weren't turning on randomly.
Oh yeah. I'm here.
There we go.
Here I am.
Hey, you guys, I'm so excited you're here. Thank you for joining us for this session. You're rounding out our day.
Yes.
And so
We're
really
thrilled.
I really appreciate you guys joining us. Andrea, thank you for joining us from Chicago. I hope it's nice up there today.
Not so much, but we're getting there. The weather is turning. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. And I will let you guys get started and see you in, a little bit. And then I'll help with Q&A too. We'll be managing that, and let us know if you have any questions in the Q&A window where your other participants can vote up and down on your question. And you can always send us a chat in the chat window.
Perfect. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you all so much for being here today. It is an incredible honor to share a topic that both Andrea and I are so passionate about. Andrea and I go way back. We've worked together. We got our PhDs at the same place. And she's actually been somebody that personally and professionally I've turned to, for this topic a lot, because even both of us being organizational psychologists, as you go through life, sometimes you wonder, am I experiencing these things? Is it okay? When do I, stay optimistic and just climb every mountain? And when do I just sit down and take a break? And so it's really great to have an opportunity to share this time with her and the knowledge around a topic, again, that's so incredibly important today on worker burnout. So before we get started around some practical action items, some tips around what you can personally do, what you can do as an organization, we wanted to set the context a little bit. And I know that probably just about everyone is fed up of hearing about COVID, looking at any statistics, but it was almost impossible to start this presentation without mentioning it at least a bit, because it just had such a profound impact on our lives. And you'll see later that it's not what created burnout. It's not where burnout originated. But I think for most of us globally, it has just pushed us beyond any limit that we could have ever imagined. It's happened globally, but it's happened in such different waves, in such different levels. I think if you look at the number of cases, you look at the number of distribution of vaccines, how it's impacting people individually, how it's impacting organizations, it's incredible. And it's very different depending on where you're living today. So how we're handling it has just an incredible impact, again, both on us personally and professionally. What else did COVID do? It put many countries into recession. Now, I'm not a historian by any means, but I don't know if ever in recent history we've gone through without at least some countries being in recession. Whether it was, countries in the United States, countries in Europe, Latin America, you look across the world and the economies go up and down. This might be one of the only times where we've been impacted so profoundly globally, where it's not even to say, we're experiencing it in the US, but at least other parts of the world are better at the moment and we'll ride this out. All of a sudden you look around and it's really hard to help each other from a country standpoint because we're all experiencing it at the same time. And so what did that do to the workplace? It created some of the worst unemployment rates in over a decade. Now we're getting some good news, some mixed news on unemployment numbers, on job creation, But overall, I would say in the recent months, maybe there's a little more optimism, at least in the US, but we're not out of the woods yet. And there's been such a huge and profound impact on professionals, on people's well-being, both physical, mental well-being. There's been a huge impact on working women, to the point that this pandemic was dubbed also the first female recession. And so all of a sudden you have this just huge wave again across the globe of people losing their jobs and thinking, when will I be able to go into the workforce, and when will I be able to compensate? So that, just looking at that context and saying, some days we probably wake up and say, okay, the sun is shining, it's one silver lining. There's always good things, but I think it's also really important for us to take a step back, really think about what's happening globally, and also understand that probably all of us are experiencing this situation in at least a slightly different way. That some people, are just pulling up and saying, I've got to get through this and I'm going to fight all the way through it. And other people are just saying, I'm just so tired and I can't do this anymore. When is this going to stop? And there's really a place for all of it. And so how do we continue to go through it? Because I would say probably if you heard me speak last year, or if we talked personally, I was probably one of the very optimistic people, 2021, we've got this, and New Year's, we're ringing it in and it's going to be amazing. Now it's like, wait a minute, it's May, when is it going to end? When are things going to get better? So this is a big part of the reason why Andrea and I wanted to talk about this topic today, because it is something that's having such an incredible impact today. But again, burnout was not brought on by the pandemic. It's a phenomenon that's been around long before that. But one of the things that we can certainly do today, and we want to do, is make sure to raise awareness of it, because unfortunately it will not go away with the pandemic either. So what can we as individuals and what can we as organizations do to better support people as they go through burnout? And better yet, what do we do to actually alleviate it? What do we do to try to remove it as much as possible?
Thanks, Sanja. And just thanks so much for the opportunity to be here with you and get to do this presentation and have this conversation about burnout, which as a person who oversees a lot of cultural work at Aon, I can say is very near and dear to my heart. So thank you for the context that you gave around the situation. And although I know we focused a lot in those first couple slides on the aspect of the pandemic, I think it goes without saying that in addition to pandemic, we've had a lot of societal and, society unrest and political atmosphere that's been very high tension, that's just led and magnified a lot of these things that I think has been a year unlike many others, or any other, I could even say. But what is it when we talk about burnout? What is it exactly that we mean? And so you can see here that originally this concept sort of came about in the 70s, and it was defined as this idea of a syndrome that was resulting from chronic workplace stress that's not successfully been managed. And the interesting aspect of it is you can, if there was a trend line here, you would see this idea or this belief of people who have burnout slowly increasing from the 70s up until 2019, when the World Health Organization actually changed the classification of it to just this idea of a syndrome to actually a disease. And so it is something that we're seeing globally is continuing to be a trend in the upward direction as far as how people are feeling, and this idea about being burned out from their workplace. So when we talk about then what is the impact that it has had personally on people, an HBR, Harvard Business Review study, asked individuals sort of what some of this burnout has been on their impact personally. And you can see 89% of people said their work life was getting worse. 85% said their well-being has declined. 25% said their family connection is impossible to keep strong. And 56% said their job demand has increased. And I think it's interesting that job demand has increased because Sanja, a couple slides ago, talked about the unemployment numbers and those unemployment numbers increasing. And so for those that were in many instances lucky enough to keep their job, what that often meant was they took on more responsibility because there maybe were less people to do the work that honestly, in many instances, may not have changed. But just again, companies trying to keep their impact and their revenue at some sort of stability was important. And so as I'm alluding to here, what does that mean from a business impact standpoint? And so when we think about this idea of burnout, that has led to $1 trillion of global loss in productivity per year for individuals or colleagues, as we call them at Aon, who've gotten this worker burnout, an equivalent of 550 million workdays being lost due to stress on the job. And that's just in the US. So that number is representative only the US, not even a global number. And then finally, 2.6 times is likely to be actively seeking a different job for those who are experiencing burnout. And so in that previous slide, when I talked about that 56% of people whose job demand has increased, oftentimes that may be some of your high performers or those key potential people you're wanting to retain that you've kept on in their jobs. And now those people, especially as Sanja alluded to, maybe we're getting slight semblances of in some parts of the world starting to come out of that pandemic, recognizing that in other parts of the world, they're still very much in it. Those high potentials, those high performers are 2.6 times more likely to start looking for jobs because of this experience they're having of worker burnout and this disease and this issue they're having of worker burnout.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple of things to build off what you were saying, Andre, is if we look at the previous slide quickly, I think, it's one of the things I remember when the pandemic started is as I was going through the house and it was chaos and I was thinking I have a toddler who had just learned how to walk and my parents were visiting. I live in Buenos Aires currently and they live in Belgrade in Serbia across the world. And so they came to visit and they got stuck here and I thought, how could it possibly get more chaotic? How do I organize my life? And then all of this research started to come out that those individuals who were living by themselves were impacted the most. And I mean, I would be lying if I didn't tell you, like every once in a while I daydreamed about what it would be like to be, sitting on the couch by myself watching Netflix with a glass of wine. Like, oh, how nice does that sound? Where the data came back and clearly showed me, no, these are the individuals that are impacted the most. They're suffering the greatest amount of depression, isolation. I thought, like, even when I talk about it now, it gives me goosebumps. Why? Because we look at the data and we have to understand that, again, we need to be so open-minded about what other people are going through, that we're impacted differently. And that this idea of burnout, every once in a while, you might hear somebody say, but everybody experiences stress. They do, but burnout is not stress. Burnout is getting to the point that you're so tired, you're just so stressed out by work that it's really getting difficult to function. So you'll hear this thread as we talk through. And like Andrea was saying with job search, this is something else that really, took me aback. And in both of our roles, Andrea and I work globally. And so we have this, pleasure of really having colleagues in all parts of the world and really understanding firsthand a lot of the different experiences. And so if you were here before our session when Tim popped on, when I saw this research, I actually jumped into our quick poll and I said, wait a minute, how many people are looking for jobs? What's going on? We're talking about so many people being so stressed out and feeling so lucky that they kept their job during the pandemic. That when I saw these numbers, I thought, really? And so I ran one of the quick polls, and what I found in that survey sample is that 75% of people said they were open to a new opportunity, and 42% were actively looking out of only employed people. So we just wanted to mention that because, again, I think in many cases, organizations did the best they could during the pandemic, and they try not to furlough people, they try not to lay off people. But it was hard, and there were really challenging things and tough decisions that needed to be made during that time. And so now is that time to really understand what are the people thinking? What are their workloads like? Are they manageable? What do they want in an employer? Because we just went through a year and a half almost of chaos. And the statistics we're seeing is that people are starting to look for something different, and they're starting to look outside of what they're currently used to or their current job. So what we wanted to jump to next is something else that's also been interesting when I've looked at this research is when we think about combating burnout. We hear a lot around meditating and yoga and getting a lot of sleep, which are all amazing pieces of advice that I would highly recommend. However, what we also saw is that a lot of the root causes are actually not individual, but they're organizational. And so what Andrea and I will talk about next is what can individuals do to help themselves. But then if you're here and if you're somebody that's a leader in an organization, if you're somebody that's inside of an HR or people or culture, or employee experience, or any one of those departments, you can actually have a huge impact on your people's burnout. And this is how. So taking a step back, we wanted to take a look at what are some of the key causes of burnout. And by far, the top one was unsustainable workload. So again, going back to what Andrea was saying, that a lot of times the top performers were the ones that were worked the most. And we will keep saying that to make sure you hear us, because we know that they're so incredibly valuable. And then, they're usually the most conscientious parts of the team, and they're probably the ones whose productivity really skyrocketed. But it's just probably for many people getting impossible to manage what's going on. If they've been able to do it for the last year, at some point you reach a breaking point. So that's been the number one cause of burnout. And the second one is insufficient recognition effort. And so you'll hear this debated a lot when it comes to the hybrid workforce, when it comes to people working remotely. And a lot of times when you're in an office, if somebody did, something well, and Andrea and I are working together, for example, I can go by and be like, such a great job. And people around us will hear it. And, there's sometimes an organic way to show recognition, but now all of this becomes digital. And so for us, actually at QuestionPro, we ran a survey, back in January, and one of my colleagues, Evan, actually recommended a wins channel on Slack, because our employees were saying, I want to celebrate. It was about them partly, but it was also about celebrating their colleagues' successes and saying, I want to know when something really great happens. So we added a more general channel where we recognize all different kinds of efforts from all of our employees around the world. And it's probably, since I've joined QuestionPro in December, by far would have gotten the most notes about saying thanks to your team for implementing this, because it's such a great impact in our culture. The other few that we'll touch on, and then we'll get into some of the specific recommendations around the key causes of burnout. One is the perceived lack of control. So we'll talk around people's desire for flexibility in the work time, people's desire in the flexibility of the work location. Nothing you haven't heard about before, but just to, again, highlight the importance of really thinking about it in your organization. Lack of a supportive community. So that comes not only in the form of managers, but it comes in the form of colleagues. We talk a lot. There's so much more talk about now bringing your whole person to the office. And every once in a while I look around, and luckily my toddler is sleeping right now. But I always wonder, there's always this slight chance that he's just going to run in and want to be on screen. And that's a difference, in our reality today. And I feel like I've been so incredibly lucky that my colleagues are so supportive that that doesn't matter, that it's not judged. It's not something that would make me, be perceived as anybody that's contributing any less. And then perceived lack of fairness. And Andrea and I were chatting about this one a little bit from our Ph.D. training. And I bring up a concept of procedural justice a lot, and how people are given decisions, and this increased desire for transparency. And the findings that when people are given an outcome, they actually receive it a lot better if they understand why. How was that decision made, instead of just saying, hey, we couldn't give you a promotion, we couldn't give you a pay raise. People are a lot more upset than if somebody says, listen, our executives took a pay cut, the organization had, a tough year from a revenue standpoint. We really want to keep all of you. We're going to postpone this, we'll reevaluate in X number of months. So the exact same outcome can actually be perceived completely differently depending on how it's explained to the person. So now that we talked about what are some of the key causes, what can be done to actually help prevent burnout? So looking at manageable workloads, and we'll spend a few minutes talking about this because literally it was by far the biggest cause of burnout. Is the first one is that it's the most cited reason not only for burnout, but decreased well-being. So if you think about mental, emotional, physical, oftentimes, because when we're burned out, it's not just about being tired, it's not just about being stressed out, but we can have physical impact. Your capacity and how much you're taking on is the number one thing that drives that. But also, actually, what I found quite surprising was, when does that happen? So for years, we've known about the finance and the banking industry and people putting in 80 plus hours, of work a week. And so when is a tipping point? And it's at 50 hours. So if you think about the most traditional work weeks are 40 hours, just over 50 hours, the risk of burnout increases significantly. So this is so important to think about when we think about the availability of our employees, when we think about the flex time and flex place that we talked about, as we consider how do we move ahead with our working situation, what does the hybrid workforce look like, that we really need to be conscious of when we're giving people flexibility, what does that look like? So all of a sudden it doesn't creep into, well, you can go out for lunch and take a few hours, but we really need you to be available all day, because that's very likely to impact the number of hours people worked. And again, not the first time you're hearing us, but that high performers have been overloaded the most.
Well, and one thing I'll add, Sanja, about that 50 hours that I think is really interesting in our current time is our commutes are gone. And so a lot of times for people where there was a little bit more sometimes time boxing, which we'll talk about a little bit more of our days, because we had to catch a train, or we wanted to beat the traffic, or we wanted to go to our children's or some other sporting event or something, all of that sort of went away. And so we weren't commuting, there weren't trains we were transporting on, some of the sporting events weren't happening. And so what happened was our days became sort of unintentionally or unbeknownst to ourselves much longer. And then you think about those who work, like Sanja and I mentioned, in a global role, where sometimes if you're not careful, it kind of feels like you're working all day because somebody that you're working with is working all day long. And so very quickly, those 50 hours can just, come up just like that if you're not careful. And I think especially in our times where we're at home, at least for me, a lot of times in front of this screen and in this computer, 50 hours I'll hit 50 hours, maybe even by Wednesday, Thursday, if I'm not careful and thoughtful about my time.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, Andre, an interesting thing, because actually, I think Crystal and I were chatting about it the other day, and just the idea of kind of thinking about different people's like lifestyles today. And so for me, sometimes I found it maybe easier being a mom, having that cutoff. Because let me tell you, the guilt I have around not spending enough time with my kid is huge. I watch and I'm like, oh, he's growing up during the pandemic, and is he developing okay? As I'm reading through all the developmental books and trying to figure out and not stress myself out, but then also stress myself out a little bit. And so to me, I think often it's almost, okay, you have a family, so you'll need to go make dinner and you'll need to, spend time with your kid. And I think what's really important for organizations to be thinking about too, is that for those who don't have kids, they don't deserve to be working any more than we do, that have these, really significant life commitments outside of work as well. And so that's where I think as we set up work, both for people who maybe don't have kids, because if you think about the trade-off and, do I go run in a park, or do I do a yoga class? Or what if I answer a few more emails? It might be easier to kind of make that trade-off and answer the emails, because you feel like you're not committing your time to somebody else or a human you brought in, into this world, but you're going to still have the same risk of suffering burnout. This is not sliced based on what your life situation is. This is everybody. So to me, it was kind of like that, also reversed, of making sure that everybody feels that same right to take the time for themselves and not say, okay, I have these extra few hours, I feel like I'm obligated to spend it on work. Great point. And then a few more just tips. One, communicate more often and more effectively about goals and priorities. So, one of our things in our PhD training, I remember, is when we had motivation class and we talked about goal setting. And I thought, we talked about SMART goals, and I thought, what a no-brainer. Of course, you're going to have specific goals and they should be manageable, and they should be challenging. And of course, organizations do that. And then I went into the real world and they don't. A lot of companies just don't. And it's not because of any ill intentions. It's because a lot of times we get wrapped up in what we're doing day to day, and maybe it's not so easy to define, but we have to do that. I think now more than ever, really being clear with what somebody's goal is, how to achieve it, and then also understand if there's not a capacity to do it is really important. And that's where we can borrow some of the agile approaches. And I always kind of giggle when I talk about agile, because I remember being at a conference a few years ago in London, and David Green, who was the keynote speaker, going on stage and saying that probably the only more overused word in HR at the time, aside from AI, was agile. I'm like, no, I'm doing it. But I think there's some good principles to be followed. So one is for teams or individuals to focus on fewer but more critical activities. So there's so many different things that we could be testing out. There's so many, let's try one thing, let's try another, which could be great, but oftentimes it can really be distracting, because what we don't do often enough is take something away. When we pile something on, you just pile and pile and pile. And I remember that when Andre and I used to work together, we had this team and we had all these things we wanted to accomplish. And I think that's actually something we did pretty well, because her and I always, thought about like, what is our vision and what do we want to do and how do we get there? And as colleagues, we kept each other pretty honest around like, can we do? Okay, no, like we can. All right, let's take a look. What's the least important thing and cut it out? But a lot of times that doesn't happen. And you just end up, maybe starting your quarter with 3, big goals, and you end up with 7 or 8 or 10. You're like, of course we couldn't finish that, because when we first thought about it, we decided on 3 and all of a sudden it grew. So that's where setting and resetting priorities is really important. So when you have ongoing meetings with your leader, it really gives you an opportunity to say, hey, this is what I'm working on. This is how I'm progressing. This is what we wanted to do by the end of the quarter. But like, you just asked me to do like 2 more things in the last month. Like, there's no way. Let's take a step back and let's see what is the most important. What's the most critical thing for us to get done? And of course, if I have enough time or if I'm making progress faster, we'll add. But if we're going to look at the end of the quarter, what's the most important thing for me to have done? And then it won't be a debate. And then if we can get anything else done, great. Which also in turn keeps you focused on the most important priorities, because there could be a lot of things that are critical, but we only have so many hours in the day. And so we have to really think about, what do we put those hours towards and what do we want to move most effectively? And also time boxing time boxing goals is really critical. So a lot of times I would recommend, for most of us, we'll have like an annual goal, but a lot can happen in a year. And I feel like, I don't know, over time, maybe it's just because I'm getting older, more can happen in a year. But it seems like a kind of a big chunk of time to manage. So what I would always recommend is really setting quarterly goals with an annual vision, an annual plan in mind. But really, quarterly is sometimes easier to manage. It's easier to have targets around it. It's easier to adjust. And then you see how you're progressing towards the annual ones, but it's good to have that firm check-in. And then the last one in this set is, of course, there are like a million recommendations, but we challenged ourselves to narrow it down to fewer, hopefully manageable ones, is making sure employees are comfortable speaking up when they're over capacity, and asking to help review those priorities. So I mentioned that, Andrea and I, even when we were younger, were able to manage to do that effectively, but not everybody is comfortable to speak up. Not everybody, and especially remember, given our current context that we're in, for so many people, where we saw data that productivity increased during the pandemic. Why? Maybe partly because we're at home, but partly because we were so panicked we're going to lose our jobs. Of course, you're, just going to work so hard because you want to keep it. Is that, sustainable? Probably not oftentimes. But do you want to be the person to raise your hand and say like, oh, I can't do it anymore? You want to build a culture that's going to go towards that. But please don't assume you have that culture today, because it's difficult for people, even in the best of cultures, to do that. So while you work towards it, encourage your leaders to have those conversations in one-on-one, ask it in a more global scale, because again, work amount capacity has such a profound impact, not only on performance, but of course on a person's well-being, that until you feel pretty confident, and you should measure that. Do you have the culture where people feel comfortable raising their hand? Remember that oftentimes it's not human nature to do that. And to do the right by your people, to do the right by your organization, it's great to do it proactively, because you'll have the right data to be able to adjust where you need to adjust without really counting on, people feeling fully comfortable to speak up themselves.
Yeah, and what I would say is, especially on that last point there around essentially like how do you create a culture where people are comfortable. I think a lot of what we're talking about today is this idea of, and you mentioned this earlier, is like it's an organizational problem. Individuals make up that organization. And so although there should be things that we think about from an individual standpoint, you mentioned yoga, maybe it's running, meditation, etc. It's really all about how do we create a culture that empowers our employees and our colleagues to either own aspects of their own work structure, whether it's time, place, how they do it, or how do we also create a culture where speaking up and talking about prioritization is really, really key. And so when we look to the next slide, although I want to caveat that it says individual, this is not an intent to say these are things that only individuals should do, but this is really more about how do we empower those individuals and create this culture of empowerment where individuals feel that they can have control over things that are going to help mitigate burnout for themselves. And so some of the things that we've seen a lot, and we call it, and I'll reference it a couple of times at Aon, we call it the new better. And so we've evolved as we've had to evolve in this virtual environment. What does that new better look like for us? And so we've done a lot with our leaders and our colleagues to really understand how do we thrive in this environment. And so some of the things we've talked about with them as far as success factors is how do we structure our calendar? How do we have dedicated breaks and personal time? And Sanja mentioned it many times, the clear definition of objectives and deliverables. And so this idea here is how do you actually empower your colleagues to really own some of these things, to structure their calendar in a way that makes sense for them, to allow themselves breaks and personal time where they need to continually have a clear definition of objectives and be okay reiterating those when the prioritization may have changed. What are some pitfalls? Inefficient work and waste of time. So when oftentimes what happens is we get sort of stuck in maybe the rut of email catching up, or it's hard for us to dig in deep to something and we're not really sure how to manage our time appropriately because we've got so much going on, it becomes overwhelming. So that can be a pitfall. Missing alignment and progress updates. So when we're not clear on how we should align moving forward or what the things we need to do. And then this has been obviously a bigger issue as of late, but this isolation of colleagues that work independently. So, in all of our organizations, we've got individuals who manage large teams, who work maybe on project teams that are very large. And we have a lot of people who are individual contributors and do a lot of work more independently. And so in a situation now where a lot of those colleagues who may have been in the office, but being an individual contributor are now at home and being an individual contributor, oftentimes that isolation can become a lot and can magnify burnout quite a bit. And so this good to know from APA, the American Psychological Association, workers who have control over their schedules report finding time to exercise more, eat better, and have higher morale and a better outlook. And so this idea that how can we give them and empower them to take more control over their schedules, knowing that they're still going to get the work done as long as we can help them as an organization and as leaders and managers of those individuals prioritize their time. And so what would that look like if, for example, and I'm not going to call out all of these, but here's how it could come to life in how individuals could use their calendars to their benefit. So how do you schedule dedicated heads down time? So time where you're going to be not interrupted. You turn off your email because, man, those email notifications really distract me, or those internal chats that people constantly do, which I also had to put mine on do not disturb for this time, or else I'd be horribly distracted. But give yourself dedicated heads down time to know that you're going to spend time focusing, going deep on some of those big initiatives, those critical things that the emails and the team chats and all of that gets a little bit in the way. An end of the day recap email, oftentimes for me, when I'm working on something large, that's super helpful. Even if I don't actually send it to anyone, but it's something that I use to help me recap and think about, okay, what did I get done for this project? What do I need to work on next? What's still outstanding? And then a clear work ending time, which Sanja alluded to, is in some instances, depending on the lifestyles that we have, is easier than others. I try really hard to end my day every day at 4:30 because I get from about 4:30 to 7:30 with my kids, and because of school and all these other things, and my days usually start really early, and so trying to hold myself accountable to that. On the weekly side, things about all day open virtual team room. This is something that I've seen be really, really effective in organizations. And so if there's a project team or even just a team, a team of like manager and peers and colleagues, having a sort of a virtual room, a Teams chat or something that's open all day that people just pop questions in, where they can get their questions answered real time, but it's not so disruptive that you need to have meeting after meeting after meeting, but it's a more agile, to use that term, Sanja, agile way of getting some real time information and access. Virtual coffee chats, where we used to take moments to go down, grab coffee, grab lunch, all of that in person to take a break. How are making sure you're incorporating those virtual coffee chats. And then finally, the last one, which I think is so important to mention, is some sort of social activity, which in the last year has been really challenging for people to think about what sort of social activities could we have, dinners, sports, etc. But again, as a lot of the world, not all of the world, unfortunately, is slowly starting to come out of this pandemic, making sure that you're blocking off some time to do those social activities and putting them on your calendar, because that actually helps to hold you accountable for those. So if we look at the next slide, I thought this study was really, really interesting. A study done by the Boston Consulting Group that really looked at employee sentiment during COVID. And specifically what they asked for was people's desire about flexibility in where they worked and flexibility in when they worked. And I think the most interesting part about this is if you sort of add the blue boxes together, that ends up being 60% of respondents said that they want flexibility along at least one dimension. So either in where they work or when they work, but 40% of that 60% actually said they want some flexibility in both of those aspects. And so this idea about people wanting to feel like they can determine and dictate and have a bit more control over some of aspects of their work habits, whether that's the time frame they work in, the location they work, how they're working, that really helps to mitigate that burnout that's happening, because you're really empowering your colleagues to own that. And so thinking about this idea that 60% are asking for that from this study that happened during the COVID time, I think can be very telling. So how do we think about this reassessment of our boundaries? How do we think about, as an organization, what are things that we can help empower our colleagues to do that's going to help them feel more controlled around some aspects of their schedule and give them this idea of boundaries and what that looks like? So some success factors that we've seen. So designated organized work environment. And this is something that I think is a little bit tactical, but it's so important, is how do we ensure that where people have space that is actually sort of the designated workspace. I know so many of us, because of our living situations or circumstances, such as my husband, having to do workspace and working from the bedroom. And we've switched a couple of times just to mix that up and try and make sure that we both feel like we can have space that is our own, whether it's the office or different things, but getting a desk instead of working off a table, getting the right chair, things like that really do help to give you some sort of boundaries and control over things that are manageable. Minimizing distractions, but trying to give yourself dedicated breaks and a clear distinction between work and private life, which admittedly is something I'm still struggling with in this environment, is how do I find myself making sure that I spend some nights not working and actually doing something enjoyable, whether it's reading, watching useless television, or, doing a Zoom chat happy hour, usually with friends of mine. Potential pitfalls when you don't have all the right tools or work equipment, when there's reduced productivity through distraction. So you're easily getting distracted because of emails, because of certain things. Maybe it's because many of us have our children at home while we're working, and that can be a constant distraction. And the risk of burnout through missing boundaries. And so that burnout risk increases when we don't set boundaries, or we continually miss those boundaries, or just blow right through them. And then I love calling this quota is like effective time management is closely correlated with a productive environment. And so the more that you can maximize the productivity in the environments in which we work, whether it's in the office or at home, or at our vacation homes, or at a different location, because I know so many people have relocated during this time, that's going to help with your time management so much so.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I was thinking through as you were talking about all these points, and I was thinking about a friend that I had that said, when you move houses, if you don't hang your paintings like right away, they're not getting done. Like if there's anything extra and it doesn't happen like during like the honeymoon period of a new place, like forget it. They're probably sitting in the basement, sitting in the storage room, like it's not going to happen. I was like, oh, she's right. Because like I still have unpacked boxes and I've been in this place for like 3 years. So tying that back to this is so many of us have been in our work situation for a long time now, like this, shift to working from home, and whatever desk you're working on or whatever chair you have, and it's the moment of like reset. And that's something else that we messaged out at QuestionPro earlier this year. It's like, hey, like I think Vivek said, like you shouldn't be sitting on a bench. Like if you need our help to get a comfortable chair, like let us know. So it's one, organizational support, but also the person themselves thinking like, am I comfortable? Like taking that moment instead of just, you kind of fall in a routine. You don't even realize, like, oh, my back really hurts. So the other day I sent my mom a photo of a new coffee mug that I got. And when that coffee mug made me so happy because it's on my desk, it's something new, but it's those little things to just make sure that every once in a while, like we reset ourselves, we think about our situation, we think about, hey, am I comfortable enough? Is there something else that I could add? Do I need, better Wi-Fi? Do I need a better mouse? Like, I think that's important, because otherwise it's like many other things in life, we can fall into a routine and not realize that there could be something that's maybe not even substantial, but could make us significantly more comfortable. So yeah. I love these.
Yeah. Well, and finally, before I pass it back to you, Sanja, the last thing I'll just mention is this idea of, and this is really, again, sort of how this could come to life as we think about various options. And this isn't to say that like all of these are not possible, probably in most of our current situations with, kids, animals, significant others, nannies, everybody coming in and out, things like that happening. Like life does get in the way, but just trying to identify, and these are some suggestions of things that we could, a few things, 1 or 2 things that we could do as individuals, but also that as an organization, we could give our colleagues the ability to make some of these decisions for themselves. And so some that I like to highlight is get up and get going as if you were preparing to leave for the office. So I joked with Sanja when we were talking about this, is that this has been my 2021 goal. Like by the end of 2020, I joked with, and there are probably a few AN people who've heard this joke, like I had fallen off the bus and been run over like a few times because I was like, no makeup, not doing my hair, like probably wore pants with no buttons for way too long. And so told myself at the beginning of 2021, I needed to pick myself up by my bootstraps and start to like pretend I was going to the office. And so every day I get up and I get dressed, I put pants with a buckle on it. I put on more work attire. I do my hair. I probably don't wear makeup every day, but I do have it on for you all today. But I feel like it's just something for me that just helps me get those boundaries. And then at the end of the day, I kind of change back into my lounge clothes. And that is sort of a closure for me for the end of my day. And that's something that has helped me give some boundaries and some semblance to what a day should look like for me. We talked about the one at the bottom, develop guardrails to keep working and private life separate. What are those guardrails? Is it a calendar reminder that says it's 4:30, it's time to be done? Is it that you're going to take your kids to school at 8 a.m.? Is it that you have to pick your dog up from doggy daycare by 5 o'clock? Whatever it is, keeping those separate and making sure that you've got guardrails that you're willing to hold yourself to. And then the other one I like to call out is choose a place that's designated for work and not used in breaks. And so I think it's really easy oftentimes for many of us who may sit, for example, I'll use my husband who works in the bedroom, like I can't tell you how many times I've walked in there and I found him like sleeping on the bed. And I'm like, are we working or are we sleeping? And so how do we find those opportunities to try and make sure that, like, if he is going to work in the bedroom, that there's clear sort of opportunities where he's not sort of finding himself getting overly tired. And we've talked about maybe you should move to the basement. There's a little less opportunity because sometimes it's hard to keep those lines. And again, not all of this is possible because many of us live in different spaces and have different lifestyles. But I think it's important to think about what works for you. And again, what freedom and flexibility as an organization are you able to give your colleagues to make some of these decisions about, the when, the where, the how of their working, so to mitigate this risk. So Sanja, back to you.
Yeah. No, and I love what you keep saying that, you've given this caveat a lot is what works for you. And I couldn't agree with that more, because people have different styles, people have different preferences. Some things that would maybe drive me crazy, you would be okay with, and vice versa. So it's really us understanding. Like, I remember when we looked at one of the lists as we were doing our research of all the, things you could do to keep yourself feeling well during the pandemic. I mean, both Andre and I are here, we're smiling, we're doing, we're hanging in there. But I looked at this list and I thought, it's shocking that I'm alive. Like, I'm not, following most of this. Like, I couldn't. And it's because nobody can, we're all human, is just to say, hey, oh, I need sleep. And I'm a different human when I don't get it. So if I can, that's important to me. I should drink more water. I don't make it every day. I've tried to drink, green tea in the afternoon, but again, it's a personal thing. So a lot of this is really understanding, like, what has the biggest impact on you? How can you support your teams the most? And then focusing on that, not necessarily thinking about, if I have this, checklist of 20, 30 things, and if I get through all of them, life's going to be good, because probably something else will come up anyways. And so that brings us to the next point of empathy. And this concept, again, not new. It didn't come with the pandemic, but I think probably if you look at like Google keywords or traffic, it's probably been just talked about much more in the last year or so than ever before. And I think, again, for good reasons, because we were jolted all into different realities, experiencing this catastrophe in different ways. And I know, when I've started to learn more about the concept of empathy and really, seeing the world through somebody else's eyes, I reflected back, and I think I'm generally a nice person, and I, try to connect well with others. But I found myself in the past judging people, like, I can't believe he would do that, or I can't believe she would do that. And then some years would pass and, oh, wait, nope, I did the same thing that, one day I said I couldn't believe a person would do, or like, why are they so upset about that? And so I felt, okay, with experience came wisdom. And so I started studying more about this. And empathy is hard, because as humans, it's really difficult to try to understand what somebody else is going through if we've never experienced it ourselves. But guess what? That is life. And probably for better in many ways, we are going to go through life not having experienced a lot of the challenges that those that we care about and love in our lives are, but it doesn't mean that we can't find a way to be more understanding about it. So this is not, a whole hour about empathy, but again, as we navigate these very tricky waters, and as we continue to do that in the future, we thought it was really important to discuss it. Partly, we also have a statistic here that says 50%. So half of the employees say they don't feel like they can openly discuss mental health at work. And if you think back to what Andrea said before, burnout is a mental health issue. It is not being stressed out. It's a really, really significant burden that a person goes through. And so how do we, practice empathy? How do we become more empathetic? It's really engaging in deep conversations with somebody, understanding what their reality is. Identifying your own personal biases. So I showed some vulnerability, and I admitted, maybe not to the specific situations, but to the fact that I've gone through that. And it was really eye-opening to say, wow, it's important not to judge others. It's important to really have that conversation and understand where they're going through really listening, through asking more questions, through being really that in the moment. And I was chatting with Crystal recently too, that actually in middle school, I had an advice column. middle school. All of it. I don't know what I was doing having an advice column, but it was in the student newspaper, and I always wanted to help people. And the interesting thing with empathy is that it's not to fix someone, it's to understand where they're coming through, to be able to support them. Again, if you haven't personally felt something, to still be able to put yourself in a place where you understand where they're coming from. And in all of this, really being able to understand how can you create a more accommodating work environment for them, whether you're somebody's leader, whether you're somebody's colleague, there's a huge opportunity for empathy, no matter how you fit inside the organization. And here, if you go on YouTube and you look at Brene Brown and empathy, you'll find this video. It's amazing. It's such a good illustration. I've watched it more times than I can probably count on how to be empathetic towards others. So it's not necessarily something that happens overnight, but it's definitely a muscle that we keep wanting to try to use because it can have such a profound impact on our relationships and on the organization. So to start to close things out before Q&A, we wanted to share just a few examples on how Aon and QuestionPro help mitigate burnout. And one of the things, here in very practical terms, we actually included some survey item measures. Why? Because we've been saying throughout our presentation how important it is to have that conversation. It's important to have it on an individual level between managers, between colleagues, and it's really important to have it on the organizational level, because a lot of times the greatest change will happen when you look at the data and you say, wow, I really was not aware that this was happening in our organization. I wasn't aware that it was happening to this extent, or I wasn't aware that women were impacted in this kind of way. I've seen it have such incredible impact on those in the organization who can make the biggest difference, who can make the fastest decisions, who can find the budgets. That's why I would not understate the importance of doing that. It does not substitute authentic leader conversations, manager conversations, but it is a really, really powerful tool for change. Now, there are also two different things to look at. One is company effort and one is individual impact. And what's the difference? Here are some examples of the company items. So for example, saying, QuestionPro or Aon is genuinely interested in my health and well-being. I can openly discuss mental health at my organization. Our culture encourages balance. So it's all the way from how your organization, the efforts they're making, how it's perceived. Does the organization care? Does my manager care? Did they put technologies in place to help? So it's effort. And then there's impact. So I don't know about you, but I've had times in my life, personal, professional, where I would set out and I would have a plan. All right, I'm going to get in shape and I'm going to do yoga and I'm going to eat certain kind of food. And 2 months later, well, nope, does not look, I need to change plan. So my intentions were good, but the plan that I built was not the right one for me. The same can go for the organization. So for what we're just saying, like my organization cares about me, my manager cares about me, but what they're doing, is it allowing me to balance my home and work life, which Andrea and I have mentioned a number of times how important that is, shut off from work. So my company cares about me and my well-being, but they don't maybe understand that I need to shut off, that maybe if my leader is messaging at a certain time, like I feel the need. So how do I snooze the Slack? How do we stop emails at certain hours? That I'm able to take time off when I feel the need to recharge. So look at these two items. And let's go back to capacity and managing workloads. If you're committed, if you're really committed, and if you're a high performer, it is going to be really, really difficult for you to take a week off and sit on the beach and sip on your pina colada or whatever you want to sip on if you feel like you're falling behind in deadlines. So in order for you to really be able to unplug, to really balance, there has to be that notion of, I'm going to take a week off and it's not going to throw me off my targets. I will come back and I have a team that I know is moving things ahead. And I built this in because I knew when I was thinking about my quarterly goals that I have to find some time to rest. And if I don't, I need to go back to my leader. But if you have this anxiety, then I won't even go down the path of workationing that I read about recently, but don't. We need to have that balance. So anyways, there are a number of items here. And again, the idea is to be mindful when you're asking your employees around the efforts and the perceived care. versus also how it's being received, and it's impactful, because as we iterate, as we realize that different people, based on how they involve in work, based on their lifestyle outside of work, things are going to have a different kind of impact. We could have the world's best intentions as organizations, but they just might not be hitting the most critical needs of our employees. But how great is it to have the data to know that, to be able to course correct and adjust, to make sure to match up that my company cares about me. And yes, I'm able to balance, and no, I don't feel burned out from my work. And yes, I do receive recognition, etc.
Well, and this is to kind of finally close us out, and then we'll go to some Q&A. Is when I think about some of the things from AN, and I know QuestionPro does this as well, as Sanja mentioned, continually surveying, or what we call pulsing employees, and some of those questions Sanja just talked through are right in line with what we've done at AN. It's important to continually have a pulse check. I think we've surveyed sort of samples of our colleagues. We have an organization of about 50,000. We've done samples, I think, 4 times throughout the pandemic to just continually understand. Another thing that has happened is days off, so especially company-wide holidays. And so I think 2 or 3 times throughout this last year plus, we've been given company-wide holidays where the organization as a whole just shuts down entirely. And that's been really positive, because oftentimes if it's not the whole organization, to Sanja's point, she just make you come back and there's more emails than you've expected there to be on your day off, or you're working because people are emailing you on the days off you're trying to take. And so this idea of how do you actually give the whole a day, or it's been in many instances 2 or more days, where the whole company is able to just shut down for a couple of days. Expanding the learning curriculum to align to new ways of working. And so one of the things that we've tried to do is how do we revamp all of our learning to be virtual, to be more adaptive to the environments that we're in. We talked about some of these things with new, better, that were the language we use at AON, but how are we able to meet people where they are, but still give them opportunities to develop and grow, but in a way that makes the virtual setting feel less onerous. Amplified visibility of recognition. Sanja mentioned that at the beginning, this idea that one of the reasons for burnout, big causes, is people feeling they're not being recognized in a way. And so how do we amplify that? How do we bring it up? And it really could be something as simple as, if you as a manager are going to send a note, CC your leader or the leader's leader on that email. How do we bring that visibility up to additional levels so that people can see it? We use Aon Stars is what we call them, where we can send people either e-cards or sometimes cards with some monetary amount to it. But just things like that that you can do that's just going to amplify and bring up that recognition is so key. Leadership empowerment of team decision making. I've talked about this a ton throughout. How do you empower your teams, the organization, your colleagues, your employees to be able to make more of their own decision making for the things that they can? And then finally, continue to address additional challenges as they emerge. This idea of agility that Sanja referenced earlier. Things are constantly changing in this world right now, in this very volatile, sort of uncertain. We've got to make sure that we're continually able to address those challenges as they emerge and as they come up. And so with that, just say thank you. And then I guess we'll turn it over to see what questions we've had pop up.
Yeah, and we wanted to, I'll pop out of the presentation so you can see our faces a little bigger, but wanted to share our contact information, because again, I think you can tell that both Andre and I are so passionate about this kind of work, and obviously collaborate between ourselves and our organizations, and have done so for many years. But also there's so much to be done. And I think both of us are very optimistic about what can come out and the changes that can be made, but it's going to take a village. It's going to take everybody really, coming together and pushing along. So this is our email addresses, our LinkedIn. Please feel free to connect with us. Send us a note if you have any questions for, what you could be doing personally or in your organization. If you have any ideas for how we can all change the world together, we're here. This is where you can find us. And with that, I will pop out of the presentation, and Crystal, you can take away the Q&A with the few minutes that we have left.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. We really value and appreciate you sharing all these nuggets of knowledge. We have a couple questions that overlap. So I'm going to, Heidi and Joshua asked, how can you kind of notice or sense when your employees are being at risk? You know, Josh said he sees some of his employees on that path, but how do you approach them about it? And what should you do as an employer?
So I can mention a couple of things and then let Andrea jump in, because I know she has a lot of good recommendations. So I think there's so many things, but a couple is, one, when you're talking to, first of all, I would always encourage managers having ongoing one-on-ones with their employees. Again, building that culture of checking in proactively. Hey, how are you doing? How's your workload? Making it comfortable, also being vulnerable themselves. So there's a lot of leading by example. So if you as a leader are feeling, you know, some kind of burnout or tension or like whatever, overwhelmed, if you're not, don't make it up. But if you are, you know, just being able to say like, oh, you know, I'm tired and I'm just really pushing through this, it allows through that example for the other person to open up. Asking is really great because people should be comfortable sharing that. There could be still people that are not. So it's like you kind of go through different parts of the spectrum. And then also, I would say if you think somebody is struggling, if you think their personality is just not one they would say, proactively recommend, maybe say, you know what, maybe we just took on this much, too much. We, not you, I think we maybe took on too much. Why don't we take a look at what you're working on? Hey, when's the last time you took a day off? So recommend, instead of waiting for the person even to speak up, if you think that there is a threat, while you build that closer relationship or closer culture of creating that openness, I think you can proactively really make a big difference. Andrea?
Yes. So the two things, one thing I'll reiterate, one thing to add, because I think you answered that really well. The one thing to reiterate is this idea of checking in. So we actually do a practice at AN that we call it check-ins. And it's a series of 3 questions that we ask when like meetings are starting. It's how am I feeling? Any interferences that are keeping me from being fully present. And then there's usually some sort of third question, which is usually like, what would success look like at the end of this meeting? Or if you were a weather meteorologist, how would you describe how, you know, you're feeling with weather patterns or something like that? So there's a lot of different things you could toy with there. So we do that, and that's a useful way. And the one thing that I'll add that's a bit new is, if you have the power and feel empowered, maybe do like summer Fridays and give your whole team like the second half of the day off, or we do that a lot. Or if like you notice that the team's been working really hard, my boss is like, everybody sign off at noon today. Like, I don't want to see a single email. And so giving that, if you've got that freedom, take it and do that with your teams. It makes such a huge difference.
Yeah, the Heidi had a kind of a second part too, was I mean, you're doing this all virtually now, right? So is checking in on employees on the burnout road trajectory harder to do virtually than when you were in the office? And what are some helpful tips?
You want me to start with that one? Or you
yeah, go ahead. And then I'll jump in because I'm like, I've heard about
So for sure it's harder because obviously in general, people have like bodily cues that are just harder to pick up in a virtual setting than if you were to see people in the office. So first and foremost, like it's definitely harder. Secondly, Sanja alluded to, like, if you're not doing regular one-on-ones with your colleagues, start doing those, because that is a great sense to be able to start to sense that even in the virtual environment.
Right.
But what I would say is that there should still be some cues and some tendencies even virtually that you can notice, because, for example, maybe people are portraying things in meetings where they're looking down more, or they're coming more and more frazzled. They're showing up late. They're less organized. These are signs of worker burnout. And so I think that some of those practices that we were just mentioning can 100% be incorporated in a virtual environment, but agree that if it's not something you're used to doing, start doing it now. And I think it's okay to say, like, I'm going to try something new with our team. And it may feel a little awkward at first, but we're going to keep doing it. And it's probably going to feel a little bit more normal after a while, but just bear with me, like, go through this process with me. And I think that that's okay to make people know, like, yeah, it is really awkward, but we're going to keep doing it. So I'm going to lean into it. I think that's okay.
That's great.
Yeah. And just, again, totally agree with what Andre is saying, and to build off of it a little bit, it's interesting because I was thinking about the burnout and the trajectory and like healthy eating and healthy habits. And in reality, like we should be doing it all the time. Like I shouldn't start to feel like, fidgety or like I'm gaining like significant weight before I start eating healthier. It's like I should think about that before because it's important. Like I shouldn't only correct it when it gets bad. It should be the norm always. I know sometimes, perfect world versus reality, but it's good to build towards kind of that idea of we should have manageable workloads even before employees are burnt out, even if they can maybe hack it. We don't need to wait until then. And then of course, I guess being in the business that we're in, and it's a big part of, why I joined QuestionPro, is the idea of also being able to do these surveys and being able to give people confidentiality or anonymity that if they're saying, you know what, it's really hard for me to look you in the face and tell you that I'm feeling this way, getting them another place maybe where they would be more comfortable saying that. And so that's why it's not always a one size fits all solution, but saying if somebody is comfortable, and I'm going to create that space in our one-on-ones or our team meetings, but it will also try a few different touch points. So that way I can get people in the different places where they're the most comfortable telling me today how they're feeling. Great. And yes, everything is hard virtually. We miss people. But we can do it.
There were a lot of really good questions, so I'm going to take them and we'll be doing it. We had a couple people ask if we would be distributing this. Yes, we are. And when we send out the emails, because I have to go through and cut all the sessions from this giant Zoom meeting, we will send out also some of the more actionable follow-ups. And just kind of give Sanja a plug. We did a hybrid workforce webinar about a month ago, and it's available on our website and on our YouTube channel, where we really gave away some actionable questions to ask your team and some like go-to things you should do. So make sure to check that out. And we just really appreciate all of your insights and the great content you brought us, guys. Thank you so much, Andrea, for spending the afternoon with us. Dan, come back.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And it was a wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Sanja. Thank you, Crystal.
Okay, Dan, you're here. You're muted, Dan.
I know that's like the catchphrase of the
if you don't say it once in a conference, is it even an online conference?
No, it's not.
So you have some winners for us.
We have some winners. So if you remember before this, Tim's back on here as well. So Tim, do you want to share which one won? Was it the social media? Was it buying online? Which was the answer here?
You're muted, Tim.
Oh, Tim, you're on mute now.
Did that one on purpose. Kidding. So social media won. We got the results back in 18 minutes.
Nice, super quick.
44% say they use social media as their primary thing they do online.
20 bright products, 11 read the news. So social media went out. I can't say I'm surprised, but what was interesting is we had two people that came super close to this guess. So do we want to say the winners here?
Yeah, I know they were in here.
Okay.
Cassidy. Yes, Cassidy at 37%, and Natasha from, she left a comment. So I know you're in here.
Yeah, she was here.
Natasha Edmonds. You guys both.
She said.
You both guessed 37%. So you are the proud winners of two each of national park passes for all of the United States.
Yeah, awesome. That's super exciting. Make sure you take some pictures and share it with us wherever you go.
I have your guys' email. I already looked it up in our system. So you be expecting an email from me shortly.
Awesome. That's super cool. They got so close too.
37%. I know, good guesses, guys. We had some people really overcommitted to the social media usage.
That's what I was going to say. Like, it was a big kind of leap to say, yeah, social media, but only 37%. Like, that's pretty interesting.
I know. I do a lot of online shopping. Let's be honest, I'd be higher on that than the social use. But that is our last giveaway for the day. Thank you so much for joining us and for these experience gifts. But don't leave yet, because we now have AMA rooms.
Yeah.
We have finished our main content for the day, but if you want to get some one-on-one time with Dan or Ken or Sanja, jump into one of these rooms. You'll also have an email in your inbox with the links to them. This is where you can go and ask more follow-up questions. Lisa, Romy, Heidi, jump into that workforce room and chat with the whole workforce team. Jess Wynn and Gia and Evan and Sanja will all be in there. Dan's room is full of shenanigan researchers, and the CX room is going to have our AutoX team. And so please jump in there. We thank you so much for coming. Viv, are you here? Are you still here?
Who?
Viv, did he jump off?
I think he had to drop off, but he'll probably be coming around, I'm sure.
Yeah. I was just going to have him do a thank you takeaway. But you know what, guys, we're so grateful for joining us at QuestionPro XDay Spring. We also have XDay coming up on October 26th, 2021. So the end of this year, we'll be doing a whole nother one of these. It's going to be a little bit more research based. So advancing research. We'll probably have a whole nother round of prizes. I don't know how to make research based prizes, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. And we can't wait for you to join us this fall.
Awesome. Thanks.